morning. Good morning. Slash evening. Morning. Yes, morning. Hello, what are you doing this morning? Little of this, little of that. I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to, what I'm actually making today, because I still have the sword to do a little bit of work on, but for that I kind of want to use the other forge. But I fired up this one because I wanted some heat going. I don't have that much gas yet, but I think I should be good for a broadcast. I still have a big tank I can switch to. It's just a little bit tedious to do, but that can be done. I feel like I had other things as well. Oh, right, and a stand. Dragon asked for a stand for the one he bought, so I think like that's money right down into my pocket if I make one of those. So I probably should. Money in my pocket. I just gotta figure out what kind of stand I want to make. I want to make it out of something like this, which is 2 by 10, or is that a little bit smallish? Do I smell gas? It's on the shop still. It's the one that's kind of crooked, I believe, with a green marble. It's kind of like it's the witch kind of wand. Okay, so that was just, so I smelled a little bit of gas that happens sometimes early, because there's an incomplete combustion when the temperature is low, but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't leaking anywhere. Don't want any leaks. Yeah, this propane bottle is running pretty low. It's frozen solid, so I can't move it, but I have another one that's heavy enough that I know I've got something there. God damn. God damn. I'm contemplating making a stand out of. This is what I made the tree out of. It's much too big. But if I needed something a little bit bigger, I could take this. There'll be a lot of hammering though. That would get my that would heat me up. That would actually be nice. I'm gonna throw both of them in there. I'm just gonna see what I kind of feel like by the time I'm ready to hit it something. The one that I'm out making this for would be like it's not a very geometric, like it's very organic looking. So I might go with the round instead. But this is way too early for that to be dropping gas. I'm not gonna heat up this very long. I'm just gonna call that empty. Didn't get hot enough to self-combust. Come on. Magic. There we go. Now we're moving. Now we're cooking with fire. That's the term. I was about to say steel. We don't cook with steel. But I need a tongue for this. Really, it's so cold. I really don't want to take off my shirt just yet. But this is one of my nice shirts. I don't want to burn a hole in it. Hello, Joy. Hey, what? What plans for today? What news from the west? I can't. It's cold enough that this doesn't work, which means it's freezing quite a little bit. It gives me an error code because it's frozen. So I have no idea. You can Google it though. Just Google Hobro temperature, and yes, it's spelled Hobro. The one place in the world where the term pros before hose don't count. And I'm gonna have to switch to the apron soon. I guess that's why I have an apron, is to protect my clothing. I also think I do need to swing a little bit of a hammer. It's only -2? Jesus, it feels like more. What have I been cozying up for the entire weekend? That's why. We're listening to some Antiferum, which is very good winter music though. Up in here. For those of you who want music, exclamation point, music in chat will get you going. I'm looking for something, it's my heat. Old brain can't keep up. Just gonna clear the camera. It's mostly the Reddit camera. I'm gonna get that stream up and running. There we go. Cozying you guys up. Everything is frozen today. Like solid. I don't think I have any way to get in there. Yeah, this is trouble. Jesus Christ, Canada. This is why you don't live in Canada willingly. You don't do that. Okay, we're gonna go with the bigger piece. I'm just gonna take this out, let it cool. Because I want to be swinging a hammer. I want to get some heat up. It's one of those days. My elbows have been a little bit worn recently because I started that training regimen again, and I have been swinging heavy hammers. But we'll take the opportunity to do some left-hand forging if we have to. Yeah. Just kind of waiting for that to heat up. Should I? Good morning, Tonal Biscuit. I'm so conflicted right now. I don't know if I should throw my shirt off because it's cold as fuck right now. But if I'm gonna be swinging and drawing out that material the way I think I am, I'm going to want to get this shirt off, especially because it's kind of a good, like warm shirt. And the thing is, if I'm working and I start sweating, it's already too late. Like then the damage is done. I'll be damp and cold. Fuck it. Not that bad. Let's start up the Reddit stream and get going. I got a text of some sort. This on? I place my phone right there in my pocket. We're gonna get swinging. Pretty sure we have to. Alright, so we got the Reddit stream, we got the Twitch stream. Blacksmithing shall commence. We are starting work on a wand stand because I sold a wand a little while ago, and the guy who bought that wand didn't get a stand because I wasn't making them back then. So I'm making one now, making it available on the shop, and he can buy one if he wants. Got the big tongs out, we got the 1 kilo hammer going. We're just gonna do some warm up, keep a good distance to the anvil so we can get a proper swing going. Swing, motherfucker. We're just taking this bigger piece of material. This is 20 mil round. And we're just using that to warm up and get some heat in our body as we work. It is minus 2 degrees Celsius today. But we'll be hot before we're done with this. The anvil is cold as well right now. So I'm just kind of squaring this up. The problem with holding round bar in tongs like this is that it really likes to roll on you. So if I can get it squared up nicely, that would be good. Getting cold now, more heat. These tongs are cold as honkies. And other to-do hasn't been updated. I always forget to do that pre-stream. So I'll just wait for the mods to tune in and get that done. It's a little bit cold though. One of those days where me having a brick in front of the forge, I think is not necessarily a good thing. Let out some more heat. Ah, much better. Gotta heat up these handles. Just making life comfortable for myself. Much better. I'm gonna take a little bit to get that up to heat. Taking a slow day. We're gonna get this shuffle plate. Hello, Barry CC. You're making me feel cold? Well, shit. Normally I try to make people feel hot. This really just wants to spin. Very annoying. There we go, starting to get that squared up some. temperature today means that the steel cools off incredibly fast. It's currently minus 2 degrees Celsius. Hello, Nooney. I'm making a display stand for one of the ones, or for the ones that I make. For those who want to check out the work that I do, you can go to martilo.dk. That's my web shop. Check out my wands, those are nice. And I also have an Instagram, and that's just Martilo Workshop. You can find me anywhere just searching for Martilo Workshop, I think. I'm on YouTube and Twitch as well, live right now on Twitch. How do you cure it? Well, you don't cure steel. That's not a a term. You can harden it if it's something that needs to be hardened. This doesn't. Or you can season it if it's something that needs to be seasoned. This doesn't. We got 3,000 people on Reddit. Let me see if I can keep up with the chat. What's the left arm look like? It reminds me of Italy because it's spaghetti. Where in the world is this? This is in Hobro, Denmark. He's making a sword. No, not currently. I do have a sword project going. Let me just whip out my sword for you. So we are working on this. This is what we've been working on the past couple of live streams. Gotten this down to a good weight. It's about a kilo right now, I think. Just judging by the weight of my hammer, which is a 1 kilo hammer. And this is a Viking style sword that we've been working on for Western HEMA, historical European martial arts. But today we're doing a little bit of a side quest for making a display stand for the ones that I make and sell. But I make weaponry and stuff as well. This is a tomahawk, traditional tomahawk with a traditional tomahawk handle. A little bit short, but it's for throwing. That I make as well. These kind of things are really neat. Set that in that stump there. I see blacksmithing, I press follow. Very good, very good. Is this Damascus? No, it is not. I do not do Damascus stuff because it's pointless. Thus far, at least. Do you work out or you look like that from blacksmith? I look like this because I'm a skinny bitch, but I also work out. We got this piece of steel that we're gonna thin down. A good. We're gonna right now. It started out being round, 20 mil round, and then we are squaring it up. And now I want to flatten it a little bit, so it goes from square to rectangular, and that's just in preparation for the next task or the next process. We also need to square it up a little bit further down here. I could have gone with a thinner piece of metal, but it's a cold day out, so I wanted something that I needed to swing a hammer for. There we go. This is slow going in the beginning. If you want to watch the stream with a better quality camera than is available on Reddit and better everything really, you can go to twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop. Over there I have a close-up camera of the anvil that shows the detail and the action very nicely. Let me see here. Finally no guitar. No, I keep the guitar in my apartment and yeah. Yeah, it's much better, not much nicer on Twitch. Yeah. This guy's accurate with a hammer. It's almost as if it is very important that I am, and so I have learned to be very accurate over the past 2.5 years. What are you making? A display stand for the ones that I make and sell. Martilo.dk if you want to see the stuff that I make and have available on my shop. or follow the link tree in my overlay. When swinging a hammer, proper technique is really important. If not, you're gonna fuck up your shit. Right now I have a little bit of trouble with my grip on it, so that's why I tap here just to realign. It wants to twist in my hand a little bit. This is getting flattened out nicely. Now that's getting cold. There's a lot of chat going on. They make stuff look easy in Forged in Fire. I love every time someone who hammers by hand goes against someone who uses a power hammer, they produce a better product. Depends. But the funny thing is, like for a blacksmith, watching Forged in Fire is hilarious. Because we can tell who is going to do poorly and who's going to do badly. And just be like, oh, this guy's gonna fuck up. And they always do. Good morning, Miss Bispo. So in terms of hammer technique, very Viking, be good if they invaded Australia too. Yeah, there are probably a few people who wouldn't mind that. I'm making swords for the king. Nah. I'm making a sword for my kitchen bitch. That is not my girlfriend. I do not have a girlfriend. I wouldn't call my girlfriend a kitchen bitch. It is my my friend Jotun, who comes by every Monday and makes he makes food for me and the guys that I played pen and paper with, tabletop RPGs, every Monday evening. And I'm making this. He does HEMA, historical European martial arts, and I'm making this sword for him to test out, beat the shit out of. But that's not right now. Currently we're working on a display stand for a wand. I make wands and sell and all sorts of other stuff as well. So we're just gonna over the horn here, move this up a little bit. So right now I'm kind of just warming up. But it's a thick piece of steel, so I'm working it pretty hard. One of the things about forging is that, you know, if you sit in an office all day and you sit in your chair wrong, or you're using your mouse wrong, you're gonna mess up your elbow or your back or something like that. Now, imagine if you swing a hammer like this thousands of times during a day, and what would happen if you did it wrong. So hammer technique is really important. I think that's about the length that I want. I'm gonna prep this for cutting. So we're gonna be cutting the steel, we're gonna do it hot. The reason why we're gonna cut the steel hot is because it's already warm. The way we do that is we have this is called a hot cut hardy. It's called a hot cut hardy because it goes into the hardy hole in the anvil, which is the square hole that holds onto tools. It's designed as a tool holder. And it's called a hot cut because it cuts the steel hot. It's always like the naming makes sense. But yeah, hammer technique is really important. When you hold a hammer, a lot of people think you're supposed to hold it like this in a clenched fist. That's wrong. You're supposed to hold it like this, with 2 fingers, maybe 3, like you're sipping tea with a fine British lady, with the Queen of England. Because that gives you a loose grip, and the shock that happens when you strike the material doesn't travel up the handle and into your hand if you have a loose grip. And you can swing the hammer just fine. So right now, I'm just holding it with 2 hands. or 2 fingers, not 2 hands. That would be retarded. And that's fine. The other thing that's really important is that you have full engagement of your arm. You need to engage your shoulder, your elbow, and your wrist in one swing. So when you see me forging, I take a step back from the anvil. That's just because I have really long arms. The anvil should be this height. See here my knuckles are just like touching the anvil. Actually, more importantly, the face of the hammer sits flat on the anvil right now. And that's full stroke of my arm. Like when it's fully engaged or fully like open, that's the height of the anvil. Then I take a step back, which allows me to get a full upward swing like this. What you want to do, you want to be making a triangle with your arm. You want to start by pulling your elbow down. That engages your shoulder, or pivots your shoulder, right? Then once that happens, you start to pull your wrist or your hand down, which engages your elbow, and then you whip the hammer forward, which engages your wrist. And when you do all those 3 things in motion, or in tandem, you get a good solid hammer swing, and you can keep doing this for a very long time without wearing out. Obviously, practice helps. We're gonna lob this steel off somewhere along the lines of here. And I'm rolling this as I cut it. That's so that I get a nice even cut instead of a one-sided cut that tapers. My hot cut is kind of dull right now. I've been abusing it a little bit, so I should sharpen it some. But we're not doing fine work here, so it'll cut if I tell it to. It'll just take a couple more hits. This is 20 mil round mild steel, so it's not a thin piece of material by any means. This would be a lot easier if my hot cut was sharp. Okay, there we go. Now we should be able to break this off. We need to wait for the steel to cool off a little bit because it's too malleable right now to break. But it'll break. Come on. Very elegant right now. Come on. Do the thing. There we go. Alright. So we got that now, so we'll be able to get a better handle on it as well because I got a square grip. Let me see here what the chat is saying. We're browsing Reddit. You see my favorite streamer on Reddit's top page. Yeah, that's me. Alright, let me see here what the chat is on Reddit is saying. I know it's going very fast. I have a hard time keeping up. It's purple because the camera I'm using is a webcam, doesn't have a proper infrared filter. But if you watch from twitch.tv/Martino Workshop, I have a much better camera, much better quality. You'll have a much better time as well. Have you made William Wallace's style claymore? No. You cold? No. Do I have a touch bark? No. Unfortunately not. I would like to make one. Or I'm not gonna make my own because my logo is circular and filing a circle is tricky. I'm gonna have to order one and have one made at some point. Is it cold in the room? Yes, it's -2 degrees Celsius. Bum 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 bum. I should stop touching the anvil. It's still very cold. I want a little bit more heat there. Did I do some brick? I did do some brick. figured the forge was a little bit cold. Hi, Pete's Boot. What's his Twitch? Matilo Workshop. Find me anywhere, Matilo Workshop. Are you from Scandinavia? Yes, indeed. Exactly, avoid step. That's also why I don't wear a shirt, because if I start sweating and it's cold, that's gonna be miserable. So I take the shirt off, work as hard as I want to, no sweat, put on the shirt again, and I won't be damp. Gonna pull this one out again. Now I wanna clean this up a little bit. We're just doing a little bit of kind of, we're still boarding, but mostly doing finishing work. Getting this rectangular quite nice and clean. And as I say that, I give it a bit of a misting, so that wasn't nice. Yep, it is Amuños. It is the one, the stand that Dragon asked for. I think, I can't remember his full username. Also, for those who don't know, if you're a subscriber on Twitch, you get text-to-speech right up in here, so I can hear what you're saying, even though I'm forging. Hello, Sensi. Does the cold weather fuck with the metal when it's hot? No, it just cools down slightly faster, but otherwise it's all good. How long have you been a blacksmith? 2.5 years, so I'm still very early in the process. Isn't it cold there? Yes, it is cold there. It is winter in Denmark, so it's fairly cold. Ever burned yourself? Yes, all the time. Sleepless seems kind of dangerous, but hey, I ain't a blacksmith. Yeah, no. What do you think that happens if you're wearing a shirt and something that's 1300 degrees Celsius hits you? Do you think the shirt is going to protect you or burn anyway? Clothing doesn't help you. A nice, thick, oil tan leather apron will help you because leather doesn't burn, especially if it's oil tan. It works really well to keep the heat. And just protect your clothing and your body from shrapnel and other stuff. But wearing anything here doesn't save you from anything. Yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, Thor has a hammer, therefore he's a blacksmith. No, he wasn't. In Norse mythology, the dwarves were blacksmiths, not the gods. God damn it. Beastbo, did you make that? I know your ass. Let me see here. Why do you tap the hammer on the anvil? To correct either my grip. Usually it's to correct the work in my left hand, but today I'm having a little bit of trouble with the handle, so the hammer kind of wants to slide on me. Actually just gonna go up to a slightly heavier hammer, has a better handle too. So my main forging hammer is 1 kilo, this is a 1500 gram. So that's 3 pounds, 3.5 pounds, something like that. Hello, tall man. Good to see you pop over on the Twitch channel. Twitch channel does have nicer quality for those who are wondering. What's the go-to breakfast? I just eat cornflakes. I'm a simple man. Whatever is quick is what I eat. This moves the steel quite a bit more efficiently. Of course, it's also a heavier hammer, so if you're not used to swinging it, it will wear you out faster. And this is a little bit heavy for me, so it's not a hammer I want to be swinging for hours. But it's good if you want to quickly size down your stock. Got a little bit of a twist in it, but otherwise it's looking decent. I'd like to get that twist out of there before I move on. That's just a matter of cleaning up your work. I'm just gonna flip that around, heat it up, get the twist out of there. If you have a piece of steel that's twisted, the way you sort it out is like if it's a cord or anything that's twisted, you start on one end and you pull it straight. And you do that with the hammer, just place it down here and you tap it while you pull it, and that'll straighten that out. There's someone trolling about me being like transgender and shit. Just report him. How did you become a blacksmith? By doing. Yeah, unless it's made by my kitchen bits. How hard do you need? Well, you're not pulling it, you're just kind of moving the material and hammering along the way. Like it's not like I'm just gonna go like whoosh and then it's straight. I'll hammer that out. But it's like the way you do it with a rope, where you start on one end and you straighten it along as you go. It's just black stuff, it's just soot on my arms. What are you making? A display stand for one of my wands. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna start here. I'm just very simply hammering down on it flat and pulling it back, and that gets that twist out of there very easily. There we go, that's gone. You might want to do it twice if you want to make completely sure that it's gone. But that will clean up your steel. So now that twist is not there anymore. I'm just gonna straighten it out so it's ready for the next process. Very good. Gotta get a chisel out. Have a hot cut chisel here. We're gonna split this piece of steel. Gonna take this is an anvil saddle. It's just to protect the surface of the anvil in case I hammer my chisel through the material and into it. We don't want to ding the anvil or ruin the chisel. Hope you're all having a wonderful Monday. You weren't just asking if I was transgender. So fuck off with that. You were just like misinforming people and lying because you think it's funny. Probably trying to bait out some anti-transgender or homophobic comments from the streamers as well. A lot of people try to do that. I've been in this game since 2013, so you can fuck off. Yeah, everyone can just report the person, the mods will take a look at it. Alright, we're going to put this between our legs. Speaking of being transgender. We're going to split this down the middle. Hopefully not. Speaking of being transgender, that would be painful. Go, gonna get some more heat. Gonna get some water. Fuck, oh, it's all frozen. Shit. There we go. Got some ice water. How long do we work at it in a session? The longest I'll forge for is about 7 hours. I volunteer at a museum, and when we're down there, we go for 7 hours. At home, I go for between 4 to 7 hours. It varies a little bit more because I start later in the day. When did my interest in metalworking begin? 2.5 years ago when I started forging. Up until then I did leather work as a main thing. Like I made my own apron and the stuff that you see on my web shop. If you want to buy or look at some of the stuff that I make, go to myphilo.dk. That's my web shop. Oh, we're gonna lose this. The tongs aren't holding on proper. Just gonna drop those. Oh, and drop the piece as well. Need different tongs. Sounds good, Miss Peaceful. The way I got into leather work, I used to do a lot of LARPing, making gear and stuff and selling that. I started that back in 2010. It's hilarious how like one person being a dumbass in chat will derail everyone to be like, ah, transgender, why everything? You just let him succeed. That was well done. Good job, chat. Dog is in here now. She's just saying hello, sniffing, see if she can get some food or anything like that from the floor maybe. These tongs aren't working for me either. I'm gonna need to get my box jaws. Hopefully they will do. Proper tongs is really make or break in blacksmithing. If you can't hold your material proper, you can't work it either. And dealing with tongs is a skill that you gotta develop as well. See how much more easily this is done now that I got proper tongs that fit the material I'm working. Gotta be careful not to overheat your chisel, otherwise you're gonna lose your temper. That's where that term comes from as well, losing one's temper. When you lose the temper on the steel, it means it goes soft, it loses its hardness and the shape. Can you overheat your metal? Yes, you definitely can. So all modern metal, it contains some form of carbon or some amount of carbon. Mild steel usually means that it has less than 0.3% carbon, or but any steel will burn, and the thing that happens is that once you reach 1330 degrees Celsius, the carbon in the steel will start burning. It'll start sparkling like fireworks. And once that happens, you're burning the carbon and you're breaking down the structure of the steel, and it'll crumble and break on you. So that is a temperature burn, right? So if you increase the temperature too much, it'll start burning. That doesn't happen in this forge unless I run it very, very hard. You can't really leave the steel too long in the forge when it's mild steel. If you're working with high carbon steel, leaving it too long in the forge will affect the grain structure in the steel and make the grain grow, which will make it weaker and more brittle. So that's something you want to keep in mind when you're working carbon steels. Biggest mistake I've made blacksmithing, that's probably incorrect hammer technique. That's really just the thing that'll ruin you as a blacksmith. If you can't swing a hammer properly, and if you don't take the time to really understand what goes into a hammer swing, you're gonna mess stuff up. And that's the problem. A lot of beginners, including myself, when they start out, they aren't aware that swinging a hammer is just not a matter of grabbing something and swinging it. You gotta do it right, otherwise you are going to fuck yourself up. So I've definitely set back my elbow some by not learning how to swing a hammer proper right away. Why is there an actual blacksmith on my Reddit feed? Magic. I have a web shop where I sell the stuff that I make. Currently I'm making a display stand for some wands that I make and sell. If you go to matilo.dk, that's my web shop, and you can see all the stuff that I made and have for sale. And there are some wands on there that are very nice, Harry Potter style wands with glass marble inserts. Those are kind of the thing I've been working on recently. And I started a project, started a sword as a project here. Last week, I started a week ago. We got the blade hammered out, we got it fuller forged in. It's kind of like a rough shape. I gotta clean up the edges a little bit. This is for Western HEMA, so historical European martial arts, also known as Viking combat. So it won't be sharp, but it will be hardened and tempered steel that'll be constructed just like a Viking sword would have been, like so, with a proper cross-guard handle and tang that's pinned over. And I've been researching a little bit about handle constructions, how they were made, the way they forge welded the pommel and the crossguard, and looking forward to getting some more work in on this and getting this finished up. But this is the rough forging we have right now. We have more cleanup to do. We might do that a little bit later if we're done with the stand. But for now, this gets to sit on the bench over here. I also enjoy making axes and spear tips. This is a tomahawk axe that I've forged. So we're about to get through this. Cool that off. You don't want to miss when you're doing this. There we go, now we've got this split in twain. We're gonna open it up a little bit if we can. I'm gonna just do that over the horn here maybe, if it's not too narrow. And then against the edge here. There we go, got that split open. Straighten it out some. I'm gonna heat that up. Gonna get rid of this for a little bit, and then we're gonna get a file. We're gonna remember the top of this is hot. Hot steel has touched it, so it becomes hot. I'm just gonna grab a half round file here, and we're gonna heat this up. We're gonna hot file it. Hot filing it just makes the filing so much easier. Hey Techno, making a fork? No, I'm making a display stand for the ones that I make. It's almost the same as a fork. It's just forked in both ends. So we got some heat on here, and we're gonna hot file it. The reason why you file it is because when you forge or split steel with a chisel, you get a little bit of a burr. It's not always very clean. So just go in with a file here very, very quickly and clean up the piece. That way we're not gonna end up with any burrs or weird folds or cold shots along this cut here. And I just like cleaning up my work as I go. It's a good habit to get into. This doesn't take very long. There we go, that's all we needed to do. And we avoid future problems. Alright, let me see if I can catch up with chat a little bit. Where will the crossguard start? The crossguard will sit on the sword. The crossguard will sit right here at the transition. So from the scans that I've seen of Vikings swords that have been found, you can tell that the crossguard, it doesn't butt up against the bottom of the blade here. It overlaps, it goes a little bit above. They kind of hammer the guard into the blade a little bit, so it kind of locks in position. So it'll sit just like a couple of millimeters on top of the blade. But I gotta drive the fuller all the way down here, because the fuller on all examples that I've seen goes all the way down. It doesn't stop up here as I have forged it to be like this. So we gotta go in and make more of a fuller. The largest sword I've made, that one. That's my first sword. Just stop by to say hi before heading to bed. Thanks, man. Let's go. Have a nice sleep. Do you know Jesus Christ? No, I do not. Not personally. So what we want to do now, we're just going to grab this, we're going to put it over the edge here. We're just going to get one of the arms out of the way, so we can take this and put it flat against the angle. Give it a couple of taps here to kind of straighten out. And we're going to... Oh, don't give warnings for trolling. That's fine. It's a dumbass question. Good. That's fine. Have you met our Lord and Savior Jesus? Anti-Christians everywhere? Maybe, yeah, okay, just ban him, that's fine. Because he is either trolling, or he thinks that he legitimately should just go around, ask if people know Jesus Christ, and then get offended when people don't want to fucking talk about Jesus Christ. So, he's definitely trolling, that's hilarious. Love your leatherwork, thank you.
Are people still going on about the trans stuff, or is this just like trolls trying to keep the conversation going by continuing to mention it? Like, can we just agree that like that it's fucking weird if you care about other people's genitals? Except for like your partner, of course, but like I don't give a shit if you have a dick, a vagina, or a squirrel in your pants. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, what the fuck has it to do with me? Come on, move on. Though it would be hilarious if you had a squirrel in your pants. I would like kudos to that. Just cleaning this up here at the roots. Doing a gradual square taper. There we go, we're cleaning that up, more heat. Okay, so for those, there's a lot of people in chat and on Reddit in general who don't really get internet culture. Whenever people are streaming and they have a lot of viewers, some people get their entertainment by going into those people's chats and writing things that are just making up shit. Like for instance, this guy is trans. He used to make stories on Instagram talking or being a girl or whatever, right? And they'll do that. And then because there's a lot of gullible people in the chat, people will start talking about it, and all of a sudden, what happens is that the entirety of chat is talking about trans people and derailing the broadcast. That's the point. It'll also sometimes just be people being like, hey, do you have a banana? Show me a banana. That goes on a lot in the chat. Or what is in your fridge is a joke that people think is funny. That just happens. Shouldn't pay too much attention to it. It's not a problem on my Twitch stream because people who use Twitch usually have a general idea that people are just making shit up all the time. But on Reddit, people can't really get over it. Does heating and cooling your tools weaken them? Yes. The property of the steel does change with temperature. How many times have you burned yourself? Countless times. What are you making today? A display stand for a wand. See, chat, I mentioned the banana, and now people in chat are being like, oh, banana. Right? Because people are fucking like 13-year-olds. And the funny thing is, I've been doing live streaming since 2013, and the trolls are the same. Like there's no difference. There's no new. It's so lame, like low effort shit. You think that after 8 years, it would have evolved somehow, but no. It's still just the lowest common denominator of dumb. Got that other side cleaned up. You watched me for years ago on Twitch. Yeah, hey Lumevo. He's angry? No, not at all. You haven't seen me angry. If a blacksmith is angry, you know. Stop talking about his non-banana. Yeah. How long does something like this take to make? I don't know. I haven't really timed it, but an hour or two. Please don't be angry, just hammer me instead. Hey, SMH. Sleep well, Amelia Vix. How do you feel about Greenlanders? What? Kind of, don't have an opinion on that. Do you LARP? Yes, I do. I used to organize a bunch of kids LARPs before COVID. Thank you so much for showing the art of blacksmithing of something I've never seen. Sorry about the drama. Oh, there's no drama, it's just people being dumb. How long do I work before I get tired? 7 hours. Steel does cool down quickly, yeah? Came here from Reddit because the chat on Reddit is annoying. Yeah, welcome Mercer. Is it better to buy a forge or make one? Depending on what, yeah, it's just personal preference. You can buy one and save the time and get blacksmithing faster. Would recommend that you do that. I made my own forge. Bought the burner, modified, made the forge. But buying a forge is just as good. You don't have to worry about it as much. What did I learn today? Blacksmiths know how to keep their temper in check. Nah. You haven't seen me rant about katanas, then. No, don't fucking ask about katanas. Okay, so the problem with katanas is that people see a blacksmith and then they go, hey, can you make a katana? Have you made a katana? Hey, wouldn't it be cool if you made a katana? Because there's so many anime weeps that has propped up the katana as the ultimate sword of doom. And as a blacksmith, you know that there's nothing special about a katana. It's just a sword that was made at a time in Japan, and it wasn't really made anywhere else because there's nothing special about it. But people have just like bought into the myth and propagated the idea that the legendary katanas could cut through stone and shit. Like, no, they fucking could. Fuck off. So that pisses me off. For those who wonder, if I were to choose a weapon for a one-on-one fight or any fight really, I'd just go with a spear. No, why? Because distance. The distance at which you can kill your enemy is what determines who wins most of the time if you're not trained. It's why the gun won. Distance. Is it looking good? Got this squared up. What do I want to do now? So I want to take this, flatten it out a little bit up here. I'm going to heat that up again. And then we're going to either file or rasp. Haven't quite decided. We're going to use one of these. You would have picked the poleaxe. The poleaxe is you don't want to do chopping. You want to do just point. You can't. The thing that makes a pole weapon or a long distance weapon or a spear good is that you're keeping it in front of your enemy and they need to get rid of it somehow and then run past it. And if you're not trained in doing that, it's gonna be difficult. A poleaxe, you usually keep raised and then you let it drop on your enemy, which requires more skill on your part. Because you actually need to hit them. I should have But yeah, I'm not using a spear, I'm choosing a gun. Because, have you seen this? No. Running a little bit low on gas here, we're gonna get the big tank out soon, I think. Okay. Just cleaning up this a little bit. Do you hear the MooBot every time someone... No, I do not. That's why I much prefer people use the MooBot rather than paste links. Because the links get written out, but MooBot doesn't. Someone wants to hear my Danish tongue twister? It is døde, røde, rødne, røde, røde, ørder. Døde, røde, rødne, røde, røde, ørder. Døde, røde, rødne, røde, røde, ørder. Those are words in Danish. A gun that shoots banana katanas? Yes, that is the ultimate offense. How did you get into blacksmithing? Just by doing. I bought an anvil, built a forge, started hammering. The thing I'm working on right now is a display stand for a wand. If you want to see an example of a finished display stand and the wands that I make, you can go to matilo.dk, and then under the wands and staffs category, you will find examples of what this is going to look like when it's done as a display stand. The reason why I'm filing this is because I need it to be about the same length on both sides. Oh, wrong piece. Almost put the file in the forge. That would be a bad time. Is it expensive to do blacksmithing for pleasure? Well, how much are you willing to pay per hour? No, it doesn't cost that much. I run a gas forge, and that costs me $3 an hour approximately. $3 to $4 an hour. If you forge with coal, it's cheaper. I read that spears have the best kill rate among old school weapons, second only to the arrow. I would assume against a guy in full plate or mace or hammer or something would be more effective than a blade. Yes, a blade doesn't work against armor. But keep in mind that armor or heavy armor was like very like limited in scope. Like only rich people had it, and it was only a very specific time and period where they existed. The spear has existed for thousands of years because it's such a simple yet effective weapon. Just gonna clean this up a little bit. Got that cooled off, or cut in half rather. I'm gonna have to get a tank over here because this thing is running empty, right? It was last time I used it. Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me, just a moment. That's what she said. That's funny. Just gonna twist this open. There we go. I think that tank almost weighs more than I do actually. I need a knife. So that's a 33 kilo propane tank. What's the tera weight? Yeah, so that tank contains 33 kilos of liquid propane, and the empty weight of it is 32 kilos. So that's 65 kilos. I weigh 58. What I need is just need to switch out the tank to get more pressure. Alright, that should be good. There we go, got that bottle on there, which will keep it nice and hot for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, we have another opening here that we want to split open, just file clean. Especially on these smaller pieces up here, it's important to make sure you have clean steel to work with. The shape of this is a little bit funky. I think it's funny because, like, goddamn. I do not understand that they're talking about masturbating. Or are you just like, are you just like making it weird? Oh, you know, okay, because like it's just. But you just mixed in the things that I actually rant about, so I got confused. You got that cleaned up? We'll we're gonna do is we're gonna have to just shake those up a little bit. I'm gonna get a smaller hammer. I'm gonna go to the 1 kilo. I'm gonna be needing this later, so I'm gonna put it here. Let me see here what the Reddit is saying. 45 or 4,300 people watching. God damn it. Why propane and not something else? This is readily available and it's practical. So there are typically kind of 3 kind of ways to forge. There's coal forging or solid fuel forge. There's gas forges, propane, and then there is induction forges, and they all come with benefits and deficits really, or pros and cons. So ideally you want all 3. I have 2, but I'm out of coal right now. But I have coal forge and propane, and that anyone should have that if they run a shop. For instance, propane is great if you're broadcasting or doing other things, because you can't burn your steel in a propane forge. It doesn't get hot enough. It's very good for if you're doing stuff where you might end up leaving the steel in the forge for a little while. You don't have to worry about burning it, whereas if you're using a coal forge, the risk of you burning your steel is very real. It also, a propane forge doesn't take as much babying. A coal forge needs to be babied, it has to be cleaned and maintained while you're forging, whereas a propane forge, you just have the tank running and it's good. I'm making a display stand for Harry Potter style wands that I make and sell on my shop. You can see an example of it if you go to matilo.dk. What's the worst forging accident you've heard about? People have died, so I think those people have burnt down their shops, they've killed themselves by accident, and those are the worst accidents. I thought you'd be so interested in propane. Blacksmithing actually isn't that dangerous. A lot of people have the impression that it's super dangerous. I don't think that it is. It's just that if you're dumb, you're gonna die. But that has nothing to do with blacksmithing. Like, I wasn't talking about blacksmithing, that's just life. If you're dumb, you're gonna die. Don't be dumb. Whether or not you're in a blacksmith shop, that's gonna be the case. Thanks for the sub, Marlo. Thanks. That was nice of you. Thanks. I can't talk. So what we're doing is just drawing these out, shaping them up. These are the prongs that the one will sit in. One is a little bit longer than the other one, that's alright. We can fix that. But yeah, the worst thing I've had happen in my shop is that gas leaks happen. I got a knife jump in my throat. Stuff like that. Yeah, Churi, exactly. I used to stream under the moniker That Danish Guy. I stopped streaming in 2017, took a break, learned how to blacksmith, came back. This is much more fun. be a little bit interesting. How am I gonna do that? I'm gonna take something and hammer into that maybe. And we're just gonna take this cone mandrel. Some people in Danish refer to this as the preacher's stick. Don't know why. Præstepind. This makes me nervous, don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I'm the one who dies. And I'm not worried at all. Now the cone mandrel came with the anvil. It's actually a really good deal. Normally, if you want to buy a cone mandrel like this, it costs as much as I paid for the entire anvil with the cone mandrel. Yeah, that's crooked as fuck. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna leave this as is for now. Go in the corner here when we get it. It's looking nice though. If we're okay with it being a little bit crooked, but I think it'll mix the want that it's being made for. So I'm actually just gonna be okay with that for now. Gotta do the other side as well. So we're actually gonna have to move this out of the way. Yeah, I have a YouTube channel where I've made videos for a couple of years. I haven't done for a little while, but I do plan on returning to it. When I chronicalized my kind of journey into learning how to forge and blacksmith, so you can all the way from me buying and cleaning up this anvil. That was my first video, and then building my forge and getting my tools ready. A lot of restoration videos, stuff like that, and then blacksmithing videos. And the first blacksmithing videos are atrocious. I'm making all of the mistakes that anyone would. So it's a fantastic way to see how far you can move in a couple of years if you put in the effort. But don't use the videos I have as a guide to blacksmithing, because it's not. This is not a popular job in Denmark. In fact, it is not a job really for anyone. I do this part-time. I would like to go full-time if I can, but it's a little bit tricky. It requires that people buy my stuff. Can the metal break when you're hammering it? You can if you fuck it up real good, but it's really, I wouldn't even be able to do it if I tried. Are there still whitesmiths, redsmiths and stuff? Not, like, those terms pretty much kind of fizzled out. Blacksmithing is the only one that kind of sticks because it's become a catch-all for anyone who works hot steel. So now we have goldsmiths, silversmiths, and blacksmiths. Really, it's kind of like the terminology we use. How does it feel to be as hot as the metal you're forging? It's alright. It's better in summer when it's like 30 degrees outside and the shop gets like 35 degrees Celsius. Then I'm hot. Alright, so we have this piece over here. We're gonna blend that out. I'm gonna switch to... Yeah, I'm gonna switch to this hammer. Just to force it down a little bit. Gotta get a nice taper. There we go. We're gonna clean up the tip. Get rid of that. We're gonna file that. How many hammers do I have? I have my power hammer, that's a 28 kilo hammerhead. I got my 1 kilo main, I got my 1 kilo round, I got my 1.2 kilo, I got my half kilo round, I got my 800 gram round peen, I got my 1500 gram, my 2 kilo, another small round peen, and like, but I don't really use, I have a bunch of others I don't really use, but those are the ones I use, so there's like, what, 7? And then I have 2 sledgehammers as well. So I have plenty hammers. This is the biggest hand hammer I have. almost swing this one-handed. It's 5 kilos, but only almost. My wrist isn't really strong enough to do it, but it's a good. If I wanted to train my wrist, would be a good hammer to do it with, because that's heavy as fuck. But you use this two-handed with a striker. That's the biggest sledge I have. No, that wasn't the one I used on the ceiling. This is the one I used on the ceiling. That's a kilo lighter, and that one I can actually swing one-handed. Notice how like my wrist doesn't drop when I try to swing this. I can even okay, I can't hold it that far down, but this one I can almost swing because it's just that it's a 4 kilo. But yeah, no, I tore down like 9 tons of concrete ceiling with that hammer. For those who don't know, that's a YouTube video as well, by the way. Me breaking my back doing that. Do it with my left arm? Fuck no. No, I can try that. That's gonna suck. That'll really show the difference in strength, I think. That's actually interesting to check. Alright, to see if I can do it with my left arm. That's actually, yeah, that's actually just as easy. I think I've been building up strength well enough. It's actually easier because I haven't been using my left arm. So my wrist there is a little bit stronger. Alright, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna just pivot that down. Have a little bit of correction to do. Oh. Where's my chisel? Oh, it's right there. God, it's too cold now. If 30 days are past you. Yeah, I showed my ugly face. That's what happened. Your arms aren't too different, considering how much hammering you do with your right. I think it gets balanced out because I have been hammering with my left arm more, and after I started working out, I'm starting to even out some of the imbalances. And then the fact that my right arm is much more like right now. My right arm is kind of worn down right now, and my left arm isn't. So that kind of balances it out. But if I took like 14 days off, my right arm would be much stronger than it is. Damn, you're fine. Keep it up. Thank you, Brady Shoe. Oh, Reddit. I haven't been reading Reddit chat, but apparently they're thirsty. Earlier said you hurt your elbow swinging your hammer wrong. How do you swing the hammer right? Loose grip, hold it in 2 or 3 fingers, like you're drinking fancy tea, and then you swing it by creating a triangle. If you can't do a proper triangle, take a step back from the angle so you get a little bit more distance. But the height should be like this. Take a step back, then you form the triangle, you pull your elbow down, which engages your shoulder, then you pull your wrist down, which engages your elbow, and then you pull your hammerhead down, which engages your wrist to whip it. So you do this. And that's how you swing the hammer. And you can do this repeatedly for hours, and then once you build up the stamina for it and endurance, and you're not gonna break your arm doing it. Oh, there we go. got that opened up. Oh, trying to get me to hydrate? Well, I have water. Hydration is really important in winter or in summer because I sweat a lot, but in winter it's not that bad. Now I want to learn blacksmith, don't know why, because it's fucking fun, that's why. How old is this Dane? He's 29. Always thirsty on hot blacksmith hours. I love how well this guy dodges our shit. Well, I've had a lot of practice. You should put it on white backdrop. I like the black. I know on some monitors it's way too dark. I don't know, like some people have their monitors set way too dark and it doesn't show up right. But I like to force, like I'm okay with forcing people to really like take a close look at the stuff. But I need a better studio setup. Definitely need a better studio setup. I don't have enough lights really as it is. Right, so we got this. Just gonna see if I can open that up a little bit more. Straighten it out some. And then we're gonna file it. Get that cleaned up. So one noise on this stream that isn't very comfortable. It's the noise of the file. Yeah, every monitor is different, unless it's calibrated. When I studied photography, it was a huge problem, right? You gotta calibrate your monitor every time, otherwise when you edit photos, the colors aren't gonna be pretty. The customer, you might edit the photo on a properly calibrated monitor, send it to a customer, and then they'll be like, oh, I don't like these colors at all, and it's because the monitor isn't calibrated right. But then when it goes into print, it'll look fine. Alright, I've got that cleaned up, more heat, more better. Get rid of this, remember the top of it is hot. There we go. Just talking more about the thirstiness, but you too. What? Oh, I don't want battery stuff. I want corded things. Don't want to have to charge more batteries than I already have. Calibrate has never sounded so cool. Are you not cold, my guy? Nope, I'm doing work. Right, time to get this shaped up. The problem is I'd like to buy studio lights, but I don't want to buy cheap China shit. But I also don't want to buy professional studio lights that are really, really expensive because they don't. It's too much to pay for what I need them for. But so I'm in this weird conundrum where I don't want to buy bad, cheap China shit, but if you want to buy something that isn't that, then you're paying like hundreds, if not thousands of dollars more Oh, you can plug it in. All right. Leatherwork, metalwork, and photography, multi-talented. I'm lucky if I can make a cup of tea in the morning. Well, I also sing and play the guitar and Bowron. And I can paint a little. Power chord is a bit short. Well, I like its extension chords anyway. Have you considered a sugar mama? Wait, are you offering? Now I'm just flexing. No, now I'm flexing. No, yeah, try. I'll probably ask on the Discord later. I have done a Bob Ross stream once where I painted an oil painting. It's been years ago though. Well, I learned like basic painting stuff through the painting miniatures. Cease the thottery. Look like Alexander Skarsgård. Nah. What? Yeah, I have. I've done like two like Bob Ross style paintings on stream, I think. I wanted to do more. No, Warhammer 40k miniatures. I also do play D&D and shit like that. But ever been to Tennessee? Nope. Never been to the US. It's the oldest city in the US, I think. What? No, that would be Jamestown. Wasn't Jamestown like the first colony that the British established? Just gonna shape up this fort. This is crooked as balls. I never take the time to find all of my Warhammer stuff and get painting, unfortunately. Alright, so this is a beginning. It's a weird looking beginning, don't worry, it'll make sense later. Alright, that's a beginning. It's looking a little bit weird, but it's a beginning nonetheless. I'm gonna have to take those arms that I have there, put them together like this so I can grab them with one tone grip, and go switch this around and work on making the feet now for this stand. But you can see now that the prongs that I've cut open, they're gonna hold the wand is gonna be able to sit in between those prongs. We're gonna flip it around now and make the feet happen so that we have a way to kind of make it balance and stand. Hey, do we want Reddit Live just for chatting? Why? Are there female blacksmiths? Yes. Seriously, how did he know that information? That Jamestown was the earliest British colony in the US? I know a lot of weird shit. Giraffes are the only animals in the world to be born with horns. Like the nubs that giraffes have are technically horns. And because they're not sharp, they're born with them. It's actually looking decent enough. A little devilish, but we don't mind that at all. Actually, probably, maybe not have to pull these back if we're lucky. I just need to turn this around. Come on, you can do that. All right. I think I should be able to grab this. Is this an acceptable grip? Yeah, that works. Awesome. I'll just leave those arms there. That's fine. What are your thoughts on skateboarding in the Olympic Games in Tokyo? Do it. I used to actually skate when I was a teenager. I can make an ollie. I'm in Hobro, Denmark, if anyone is wondering. Give us more weird facts. Ah, shit. How did you learn to speak English so well? We're taught in school. My generation was taught in 4th grade, but today they're taught in 1st grade, so immediately when they start in school, they get English lessons. Which you prefer, high carbon or mild? Mild, because you make most things out of mild. High carbon is only for tooling. Once you start a piece, do you have to get it to a certain point before you stop, or can the piece be allowed to cool and go right back in the forge later? Okay, you can start and stop as you like. Hot press this a little bit, just to clean it up some, if I can. I'm gonna get ready to do some more chisel work. I'm gonna cut this in twain. Have you done any cool Maya Damascus? Nope, I haven't gotten to a point where I think that's something I should work with. I'll probably start experimenting with it at some point, but I need to get my mechanical hammer up and running before I really want to get into that. See you later, Tough Floor. Is this the coolest thing ever? Why is it so addicting? I don't know, but if you want to catch my broadcasts in the future, hit the follow button right here with my logo on it. Just click that. You follow my Reddit channel for that. They're not giving out notifications right now. If you want to have notifications when I go live every time, go to twitch.tv/MartiloWorkshop and follow my Twitch channel, and you'll be notified every time I go live every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Hope you're proud of your piece once it's finished, brother. It should be alright. Good morning, Akers. Hope you're doing nicely. Did you survived your food poisoning? Hopefully. Just gonna move that over there. It's a little bit jumpy in the beginning. Gotta establish that cut. Pull off the chisel. That's what happens when you miss. Don't want to do that more than once. Doing a little bit rough here, not sure why. Might have something to do with me hammering my hand. Just bending a little bit. Oh, I got fucked. I got a piece of shrapnel in my hand. And you guys, I hope you guys could see that. A piece of metal in my thumb. I wonder if that came off the hammer or the chisel. Chisel, it came off the chisel. Let's get rid of that. Woo. That's a first. So this is why you don't want mushrooming. So this was actually cleaned up reasonably. So it barely has any mushrooming going on, like very, very little. But it was enough that a piece of it flew off. I'm just gonna hold this above my head so I stop the bleeding. But what happens is when you use a tool and you hammer on it, the steel will mushroom over. And it becomes, right now it's pretty sharp, but the more dangerous thing is it'll break off and it'll fly into you and it can cause issues. Now the reason why this broke off was because I mishit at an angle and that angle accidentally just like chipped off a piece and it got like hammered into my thumb. But shrapnel flying off like that is dangerous as fuck. That's why you wear this, if in case something flies off anywhere. It's not that bad. Yeah, you really want a nice sturdy apron to protect yourself from that. If that happens, that is one of the things that can kill you. Not a small piece like that, but shrapnel is not for fun. But yeah, you can see where I hit it, and I knocked a piece off because I hit it so crooked. Now imagine if I'd been using a tool with a lot of mushrooming and that happened. That would have fucked me up. I can give you an example of a tool with a lot of mushrooming that I have. That's why you want to dress your tools. That's what it's called when you grind those that mushrooming off. Now imagine using this. This is a top tool. Imagine using this, look at how much mushrooming that's happening here. And if I miss hit on this one and that breaks off and shoots off, that's the kind of shrapnel that'll like hit an artery and kill you, make you bleed out. Thankfully it's on my left hand, so it'll not have that hard of a time to stop bleeding. If you cut yourself on your right hand while you're hammering, it's almost impossible to make it stop bleeding. What's my favorite beer? I like wheat beer. Like this is just a small little nick, it's not a problem.
but the potential is there for big issues if you don't take care of your tools. No, I'm not injured. I mishit on my chisel and I whacked my thumb with a hammer. And because I hit the chisel so poorly, I pulled a piece of flashing off from the mushroom pit and hammered it into my thumb, which made it bleed. Just want to make sure I don't have. I know that's not anymore in it. It's fine. It's clean. Ever set anything in your shop on fire? I had gas leaks, but nothing that got anything that caught on fire. No, I'm not. I don't drink in the forge. It's just water. Comment on 3 of my comments question. I feel so special. Thanks so much. It's because your avatar is a different color than everyone else, so it's easy to see. You remove the mushrooming on tools yourself. Yeah, you just take it to a grinder, just grind that off real quick. It's a quick little thing to do. A lot of people just don't do it. They kind of get this weird sense of pride in how mushroomed their tools are. It's weird. How did you learn how to blacksmith? Right here at the anvil, just doing it. Gonna have to amputate. Oh no. Want to cool it off frequently. If it gets above 230 degrees, you start losing your temper. And then the metal goes soft and it won't hold an edge. Why do you still have the axe with the mushrooming? Because it's not an axe and it's not a tool I use. Where did I put it? I don't know where I put it. It's a hot cut that was given to me. It's really old. I actually tried using it and it mushroomed over here like the eye broke. It's a hot cut. It's like the chisel I'm using now, except that you have it holding with the handle so you don't hammer your hand. So you use a striker. You do like this, but I never use this. No point in maintaining a tool you don't use. This is a pretty long cut. Starting to get through now.
Gonna need another heat. Stopped bleeding now, so that's good. Watching this is a reminder why physical work is often so much more rewarding than being an office monkey. Yeah. What are you making? I'm making a display stand for some of the wands that I sell on my shop. I'm just dipping the chisel in water. That's to prevent it from overheating. If the temperature goes above 230 degrees Celsius, I will start to temper the steel. That means it becomes softer and it won't hold an edge as nicely. So you gotta make sure it remains cool. What are your other hobbies? I sing, I play the guitar, I play the bodhrán, I do LARPing, I play tabletop RPGs. I'd like to paint my Warhammer miniatures again, but I don't have that much time. I have 2 dogs to take care of. There you go, got some long legs there. Almost looks like a little person now. Gonna get rid of this, remember it's hot. Should pop more ollies. Do you prefer regular chisels or the handle chisels like that mushroom one there? I don't really use the. I usually just make handheld chisels. The difference between a handled tool and a handheld tool is that the handled tool you can use with a striker. So that's when someone swings a sledgehammer. That's really good if you're working on big stuff. I don't work on big stuff very often. Or a handle tool you can also use under a power hammer. You don't want to have your hand under a power hammer or a sledgehammer because it will break your hand and put you out of a job. But with a hand hammer, the risk isn't really there. You just saw me a moment ago whack my hand, and I'm still working. It's not a problem with hand hammers. I've like whacked my hand with 1.5 kilo, and it's not a problem. The benefit of the normal chisel is that they're quick to make when you're a blacksmith, whereas the other ones that needs the handle, they take a little bit more to make the eye and all that. Alright, we're gonna open this up. Actually, we can just go over the edge, on the edge here, we just kind of bump it in there. That'll spread the legs open, if you will. Just get one of this out of the way. Want to kind of straighten this out. We're gonna get a file. We're gonna clean that up, just like we've done the other cuts. We want to clean this up, and as long as it's hot, it goes fast. cut too fast. That's a new video. If I ever use the big sledgehammers for blacksmithing, it's usually only for striking. So when you're doing two-person forging, one person is in the role of the master who holds the work and uses a hand hammer, and he sets the tempo and controls what goes on. And the other one is the striker who runs the sledgehammer. And I have run that with both in the museum and with Jotun forging out tongs. So what happens is what happens is you start with, if I run the master, right, I'm gonna start, hey 6 foot, I'll set the tempo like this, and then after 2 strikes, the striker falls in. So if I'm hammering like this, the striker falls in, and then that's the tempo you're forging in. And you communicate with hammer because it's in a forge. It's usually so loud you can't hear anything. And back in the day, the blacksmiths would be half deaf anyway. So that's how you set the tempo. The way you call the striker to the anvil is by ringing it. So if he's talking to some girl or something, I don't know, you ring the anvil like this. That lets the striker know that it's time to get over here because the steel is burning. And then you set the tempo, and he falls in with his hammer, and you strike, right? Then when you're done, you just tap the anvil twice, so that the striker knows that this is the last hit, and the striker always gets the last hit. So you go like this, and then that tells him that it's done, and he gets that one last hit in. The reason why the striker gets the last hit is because if you're swinging a 4 or 5 kilo sledge, you don't want to pull back that strike. You want to let that finish. It does sound like the start of a music video. Disappointingly enough, I've never seen a music video containing blacksmithing where they actually do use any of that, which is it's kind of shameful. Alright, we got that cleaned up. Let me see here. But yeah, and then if you go for like a good tempo for striking would be something like this. So that's like a pretty good tempo for it. Like you don't want to go faster than that because you want to be able to clear. The danger is you want to be able to clear the one hammer before the other one strikes. If you don't clear the hammer quick enough, what happens is that on your upstroke, the sledge comes down, and the sledge is much heavier than yours, so just shoot it out to the side. That happened when me and Jotun did it, and it might shoot up in your face. It might shoot it'll just throw the hammer out of whack essentially. You don't want to have that happen, so you don't want to go too fast, and you want to be quick with the hand hammer. That's all right, Tybrin. You can find it on the. You can probably find it later, and see what happens when it's done. Like rowing, but with consequences. Thanks for the follow, yeah. But yeah, like rowing, but with consequences. So now we have these long tendrils on here. What I'm going to do is we're going to create a nice, even, square taper on this piece here. just kind of set that down with a hand hammer. With 1 kilo, I'm gonna switch to the bigger one. It's just a little bit faster. $4K biceps back. Where do you get your steel to forge? I buy from a steel supplier and then I use a bunch of scrap as well. For instance, the sword that I've been working on. For those who haven't seen that, right? Been working on a Viking style sword. Very nice, got a little bit of flex to it. It isn't heat treated yet, it's very good. That is made from a harrow's tooth or a harrow's tine, which looks like this, right? So we took this, folded it out, and forged it into this. And then this is a rough forged blade. We have more work to do with it, but very happy with it. First sword that I'm making. I need to weigh it, but I believe the weight of it is 1 kilo right now, which is pretty good. Yes, everyone like want to pull out my sword again. Want to rub my sword, just polish it, just touch it. Oh, and the tip as well. Yeah, so good. Let me see here. God damn it. Have you worked with leaf springs? Yes, I have plenty. If you want to watch the streams and actually in better quality and also get notified when I go live, I highly recommend that you go to twitch.tv/MartilloWorkshop. We use the link in the overlay here to get all the links to all of my stuff. And then follow me on Twitch, because right now you don't get notified when I go live on Reddit, or at least a lot of people don't, but you do on Twitch. On mobile, there's a little logo right about here, like that says MW. If you click that, that's the follow button on Reddit. Leaf springs is very nice, yeah. How often do you sell your stuff? I have a web shop where I put it up, martillo.dk. You can check that out if you want to. Currently, I get like a handful of sales a month. Like half of my revenue is generated in November and early December for Christmas, and then it's kind of quiet most of the time. I do some custom work here and there, and I do my own projects as well. Hopefully, it'll pick up. I'd like to do this full-time if I could. I work part-time in the evenings in youth clubs. I run one of them. They're kind of like municipality-run social clubs for teenagers aged 13 to 18 in Denmark. Just to give them a place to be and hang out with their friends away from school and parents and stuff. They're very common. They're everywhere. Alright, I got this cleaned up pretty decently. I'm gonna take the other one now and start cleaning that up because we want to make them match relatively nicely. We're not that far from the goal now. This guy is not making a sword. I'm going to be very upset. I am not right now. I'm working on something else right now. But did you just tune in? Did you not just see? I literally just showed off my sword. I keep pulling out my sword on stream. It's no good, guys. This is what I've been working on. So that's the rough forged sword. I really like the flex it has with the with the fuller in there, it works out nicely, and I think the puller depth is pretty good too. Gotta do a little bit of correction on it and clean it up some more, and we'll do that later if we have time. I'm gonna get this out of the way. Bread. You live in Denmark, right? Yes, I do. How many hours a day do I spend forging? I only forge for 3 hours a week because the arm needs time to rest and reconstitute, whatever the fuck the word is. Rest continent. But when I do forge, between 4 and 7 hours. The kappa is pretty much like it is. The guy who is on the photo, who is a previous Twitch employee, has given the rights of it to Twitch, or for it to be used on Twitch freely. So you'll be fine. You can do whatever you want with it, pretty much. Because the rights holder has essentially said, I don't care. But as long as you're not selling T-shirts with it and shit like that, I think you're fine. Will you please add me on Reddit? I'm having a hell of a time. I don't know how I could add you. You want to be on my team as the zombie apocalypse? Yeah. How did you get such good flex in the sword? It really looks fantastic. I have no idea. This is my first sword, my man. It isn't heat treated yet, so this is just in its soft state. But it's just, I think it's just a matter of getting it thin enough and then having a good fuller. Like the flex really got really nice once I fullered it. Once I get that heat treated and tempered, that should be a wonderful sword. Quite diamond shaped. So I'm gonna knock that down a smidge. There we go. See here. How much flex it'll lose when you heat treat it. It'll get a lot. I was almost about to say tighter. It'll get a lot more rigid. Let's use that word instead. The idea of the heat treat is that it shouldn't really take much of the flex away, but it'll just require more force for it to flex. But it should remain like it should be able to flex just as much as it is right now. The difference is that if I flex it too much now, it'll take a set. So that means that I'll bend it and it'll stay bent. So it'll get crooked. But if it's heat treated correctly, it shouldn't be able to take that set. So it should be really nice. But right now this is almost like what you want in a heat treated blade. So I'm kind of surprised. I'm actually popping off forge scale by doing this because of how much I'm flexing it, so it's popping loose. Oh yeah, you like when I bend? Oh, that's actually a good channel name, The Last Metal Bender. If there are any blacksmiths sitting out there who wants to stream, go grab that channel name. You can pay me in beer and beer. They are very long. Look at it, it's a dancing dude. La, 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 la. Got juice in here. Gotta get my microphone on. There we go. Yup, yup. So, just hitting shit. What we're making a display stand for one of the guys who bought one of my first ones before I made the display stands was like, I don't have one, I'd like one. So I'm making one, putting up for sale so you can buy it. And I gotta, I think I gotta do some more forge work with the sword because I've been like looking at Viking swords and stuff, and I've figured that I couldn't find any Viking swords where the fuller stops short of the pommel, or the crossguard rather. So I need to forge that all the way down. And just clean it up and all that jazz, but some good stuff.
That's cool. Do you have the key for the kitchen over there?
Yeah, it's the same for the lock there. So just take that key, the big one.
Just gonna go wait in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And as soon as I'm done doing that, I'll set up the food. So I have to stand for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Then I'll come back here and finish this.
Yeah. I got stuff in the dishwasher if you're missing anything.
That's fine.
Yeah. Let me see here. Figured it. Well done, Micron. Got any forging pet peeves? Oh, plenty. Way too many. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. Oh yeah, usually is making Korean food today. So good. I got a little something I wanna. No, sorry, no sausages today. So I can't get in here with the hammer to clean this up. That's why I'm choosing to do it with a file. There we go. Yeah, I bet chewed like a sausage. Oh my lord. How much of a problem are air bubbles in works? There's no air bubbles in work metal. That doesn't exist. I don't know where people get that from. You're not the first one to mention it. We actually have a bit of an in-joke because of that, because someone was like, the reason why you forge steel is because to get out of like, the bubbles out of it. I was like, what the fuck are you on about? And the guy insisted. I hope that wasn't you. But there's no air bubbles in steel. That's not a thing. How's the stand going? It's going all right. How do you forge a fuller? Do you chip metal away or hammer it in the groove? You use fullering tools. So you have a top fuller and the bottom fuller, and you squeeze the metal between those two, and that makes the fuller happen. I use my fly press over here. I have done it by hand as well, which is difficult as fuck. I'm vegetarian, but I might make an exception. It's not animal abuse if the animal likes it, right? Oh, wait, what? We have plenty of time for forging. I haven't even ate lunch today. As long as we have gas, it doesn't freeze over, we're good. Okay, this is backwards filing. Just cleaning this up a little bit. Gonna be tricky to form this up. And our pasta salad is the most important thing. Hello, Silence of Hell, by the way. Are you doing the stand all stream today? When I'm done with it, I'll be working on other stuff, of course. Probably some of the sword. I don't know what a flambeau is. If it is a real thing, that is something a blacksmith makes, then yes, I can make it for you. If it's a weird thing if it's a joke or something, I don't know what it is. The only thing I can think about is a flamberge, but work the left hand. No. I'm having you in the background while I'm working, and I'm really enjoying the stream. Thank you. French looks easy. All right. I have no idea what it is. I have a Discord server. You can follow that through the overlay there. You can post a photo of it in there if you want to. I'll make sure to reply to it if you post it in there. But yeah, the fuller happens over here. I have this swing around, and it goes up and down. The fullering guys in there, shapes it up nicely. So I'm gonna take this, hold it all the way up so I can shape this leg. Bendy bitch, yeah. It's Monday? Yeah, it is Monday. Why is the anvil shaped the way it is? It's just kind of happenstance. This is what people come up with being one of the best shapes there are. There are different types of anvils. I have a couple of different ones. But this is the London pattern, so you can imagine with British colonialism, this spread all over the world. So it's the most popular and recognized style. There are also Italian style and German style anvils.
I heard that's so wrong.
Uh-oh.
I heard you read, why is the anvil shit?
Oh,
Oh.
why? It's not
It
shit, it's
is?
a good anvil. What?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Make it Copesh, no thanks.
Why would you?
Don't you just hate it when you're trying to make a split and your one leg is really crooked?
I do that all the time.
Yeah.
Especially that way.
So now the tricky part is I need to actually bend this. Guess I could. That works.
Or you could do the swirl.
Yeah. That's actually really. I'm not just gonna do like that. Fucking use the tools, man.
Kinda works.
Yeah. Fine. You just need a bit more heat on it, and it'll work better.
Why you also know coaching? I will be later, but I have to.
Cause it's a bitch.
Also that. But first I have to put the food in the oven.
Yeah. Gotta get the food. Do we have everything you need, or? Yeah. Good. I have been fucking up this hammer. This is like way off. I need to dress all of my hammers.
Just have to file it down.
Yeah, you just grind it off, reshape it. Got a bit of a burr right there.
I tried to get rid of the burr last time, so I might have made that one by hitting the anvil.
You did on this one. This one I need to clean up. Got some cracks there. But that actually shouldn't happen. But I think it's because it's on this end. This handle is hard as fuck.
Could be.
Whereas if I like this hammer, if I ding the anvil, I actually mark the anvil as well as the hammer because they're hard at the same hardness. But over there, the hammer breaks, which is what you want. You don't want to ding the anvil. This one is just soft enough that it can happen if the hammer is hard.
But could you harden it?
Well, it is hardened.
But further harden it, because I imagine being heated up again and again and again, it goes softer.
No, it doesn't really go soft. It doesn't get hard enough for that. Because it needs to go like 230 as a minimum, and it doesn't really ever get that hot. When I made the pig, which was 2 kilos of steel, it got to like 150, 180 as a max.
It's kind of close, but still far.
Yeah. But I dinged it here the other day. That's one of the few things I've done like right straight in the face.
Alright.
And that was just full blow. And surprisingly, the hammer didn't mind it that much. I don't know which hammer I used, but. Alright. I think that's far enough that I can now. That's what she said. Goddamn. There we go. Those fucking shapes, man.
But did you notice how unbothered I was by the spiky steel you were bending right next to my
Yeah, I was like, oh, he's gonna move now. It's
Nope,
like,
nope,
oh, he's
not
not
gonna
moving. He says, I'm just gonna burn.
I trust you.
You trust me? Oh, you shouldn't. That's a bad idea.
I know I shouldn't, but
I appreciate the unbounded trust.
I'm gonna go make food.
Yeah.
Back in, like,
See you later.
40 minutes. An hour, maybe.
That's good. Yeah, usually he stops by the shop once in a while. Sometimes it can be a couple of months, and other times it'll be a couple like a small period of every week or pretty often he stops by. The food thing is pretty new. I like how Bispo has adopted my way of being a commentator on her stream to the way I stream. These aren't really twisting tongs, but as long as it's hot, it works. Usually the angle against itself. He makes some good food. Both Bispo and Jotun does. They're better cooks than I am. That's for fucking sure. What's your favorite class to play in D&D? Actually, it used to be the Bard. I used to play the Bard a lot. My first ever character was a Bard. It was fucking hilarious. But I play all sorts of different stuff. We play a lot of different campaigns as well, like our settings. So right now we're playing Deathwatch, which is a Warhammer 40k game. And we oftentimes do very unorthodox things. My latest character in D&D was an aquatic elf hexblade that dual classed into gatekeeper or gate like someone who does plain stuff. Hey Jotun, stop watching the stream and make food, motherfucker. Thanks for the 11 months. Do you normally speak English with your friends? No, it's just because of the stream. The stand started as like 20 mil round bar is what we started with. For those who don't know, D&D terminology and stuff like that, a hexblade is essentially a warrior who is designed to combat magic users. So he's a wizard hunter essentially, a witch hunter style character. And then I took a prestige class that allowed me to travel through interdimensional portals because wizards have a tendency to flee through fucking interdimensional portals, and that's annoying as fuck. So I bamboozled them and took that prestige class, and now they can't flee because I just follow along. Okay, we gotta tighten up these feet here and get them really nice, but you can kind of see what we're going for with this. It's gonna be standing like this, holding a thing. And I'm good at pasta salad. That's what I'm good at. That's what I do. I make the pasta salad. You normally, right, hard to believe this stand started, you're here still? Yeah, yes, hey, welcome back. Welcome back, I'm still here. The Reddit chat slowed all the way down. Ja, bis bus the boss. Not over me though. How long are you streaming for? 5 p.m., 5:30 maybe. So another at least like 2-3 hours more. How's living in Denmark? It's very nice. I enjoy it. I wouldn't swap it for anywhere else, I don't think. I need to have a pretty good fucking reason to, though. Not a goddamn care in the world when it comes to living in Denmark. We're gonna try and shape this up nicely. So we want to tighten this up. We like it when it's tight. I'm gonna want a lighter hammer for this. We're gonna use this, there, and we're gonna take this. This is a 500 gram rounding hammer, and that'll not indent the steel as much. It'll just bend it instead of indenting. I could probably do most of this cold if I wanted to, but if it gets too cold, it'll start to kink. And I'm not kink shaming, but we don't want kinks in our anvil or in our one stand. Okay, one side is looking decent. Gonna be tricky to get this to fit. You spit everywhere? Yes, I do. Usually people don't mind a little spit. Yes, it's a gas forge, so it runs on propane. I have a forced air burner, which is a burner that has a blower, just like a bathroom blower ventilator, forcing air through it. And then the propane gets mixed in. Sounds good, Acres. I don't know, Acres, I don't know why whenever you type in chat, the text to speech goes really slow, like it's like drugged up. It's weird. Would you swap Denmark for Australia? It had... God, but like, don't you guys get like 40 fucking degrees Celsius or something? Like, I'm like, not 40 degrees Celsius. That's gonna be that. Let me just. It's gonna be a hard sell. I need air conditioning. Plenty of air conditioning. Alright, that's looking decent. Like the hottest summer like we've had, like it was pretty hot last year, and that we got to like 30 degrees. Any more than that, and I'm probably gonna have a hard time. We're making a big ass S. Probably the starting point of that S is off. I wonder if I can get that in there. And oh thank God, it still fits in there. Just gonna need a little bit of time to warm that up. how Denmark's immigration laws want out of this political hellhole. It can be a little bit tricky, but if you're not like brown skinned, apparently they don't matter that much. Like even 30 rare, like or 30 degrees average is it's a lot of temperature. Like I would probably be fine, but it's a I think it's something you have to experience before you can be like, yep, that's fine. But Denmark wins in pretty much every aspect, I think. That wasn't what I wanted. There. Get it there. And then that. There we go. That's what we wanted. Yes. So good. Beach days is a good. You know, I think the trick is to live like in Denmark during the summer, and then move to Australia during the no fuck. Because they're flipped. So if Danish winter is Australian summer, so that's where it's hottest. That doesn't work. Fuck. Ah, god damn it. Nice branding for an S if you want to brand something with an S. So that's a little long, that's a little short. Yeah, it gets cold if you do it the other way around. I burn a kilo of gas an hour, and it's a 33 kilo tank I'm running right now. Usually I run 11 kilo tanks, but they're all empty. I have not played that game, no. Smithing expensive. That costs a couple of bucks an hour to run the forge. Equipment and material is what you make it. Sounds good, Captain Mauser. Looking forward to see what that is. Yeah, like the idea of having a hot, like a warm Christmas is like blasphemy to me. Portable air conditioner. I'm gonna be one of those people with, you know, a little fan that goes around like this, like all the time, like with a fan in my face. I'm gonna be a Karen. That's what I'm gonna be. I made a sword out of pipe. That's about it. That's a way to do it. Keep suggesting that we should just do like a giant dome thing and aircon in major cities. It's not a bad idea. I like this, the Danish, like, if you can get a snowy winter and a warm summer, like by Danish standards, that's perfect. Because then it's you get to like ice skate and shit like that in the winter, and play in the snow and all that jazz. And then in the summer you can still go like to the beach and have a nice good time and all that. I say that's a win-win. summer is 25 degrees plus. It's a warm summer. I don't know what the average temperature is during summer, but like my shop starts to get really hot at around 25 degrees. When it's 25 outside, my shop starts to get hot. That's where I last year, that's where I pulled out the tank top. I got a little bit of a weird bend there, much more even on the other side. I like that better. I'm gonna open that up some more. Probably gonna keep that. How are you enjoying your Deathwatch game? Sounds fun. I've never played. It's really, really fun. I really enjoy the Warhammer 40k pen and paper games because of the roles. Whether or not they succeed or not are not determined by the game master. It is determined by your stats. So the individual player rolls a dice and don't have to rely on the game master to tell them whether or not they succeeded. They can see that on their own papers because it's a D100 system where you have a stat that is maybe like 50, and that means if you roll a die, a D100. And if you roll under 50, you succeed. So you know immediately if you succeed or fail. And that's really good. It speeds up the pace of the game. And then it's also just like it's Warhammer 40k. It's grim, dark, murder, death. And I like that. What's the hardest thing you've made? Pun not intended. Oh well. I'm not sure. Who just wrote they would freeze their tits off? Because my text to speech is like way slow. Is that I would assume Akers, but he hasn't written anything for a while. God damn. Oh, it's Beastball. I don't know what the hardest thing I've made is. You have to start over if you make a mistake. No, I can oftentimes correct it. Denmark is too cold. Don't have enough fat for it. Layers. Proper clothing is very important. Like we have decent heating indoors, and when you're outdoors, you wear a tank top and hammer hot steel. That's what you do to keep you warm. You will notice in Denmark, every person on the street runs around with a handheld forge and forges because that's the way we primarily keep hot. It's not a problem. All right, we got the S shaped up here to a very nice, acceptable shape. Now it's a matter of flattening it and all that jazz. That's looking decent. Okay, I'm just gonna grab this, knock that down there. Want to make sure it's nice and straight. Let me see here. Do we have a shop to buy things from? Yes, Patilo.dk, as Sarah Francesca just linked. Thank you very much. You'll return soon? I'll see you then. I also have an Instagram. If you go to Instagram, Matilo Workshop on Instagram. Well, I start being a little bit careful with how I pull this in and out, as you do, so that it doesn't get bent by or caught on anything that bends it. Alright, got that flattened down, pretty much. So if we lift it up, that'll now stand. Okay, it's a little bit crooked on that side. Gotta sort that out, unfortunately. So it was crooked on this side. Some more heat on there. This always is a little bit of a fiddly job, takes a while. Grab the end of your tongs. What? Is there a maximum number of times a metal can be heated up a forge before something changes in the metal and it won't work anymore, or it will crumble? Not really for mild steel, but there is for carbon steel. What happens is that the more it sits in the fire, the bigger the grain structure it develops, and the bigger grain structure is more prone to cracking. So it might cause issues down the line if you overheat it or keep it hot for too long. But there are ways to mitigate that by normalizing, by letting it cool down slowly. That forces it to calibrate the crystalline structure or the grain structure to make smaller grain, which makes it less brittle or likely to crack. This time around we're doing a good job of making sure that it is straight, starting at the center and moving outward, dipping these down. There we go, very good. A little bit wonky, but that's alright. So that's the foot done. I'd like for this to cool off a little bit. So what I'm going to do. Oh yeah, stainless is a bitch. But as Aker said in the Twitch chat, it depends on the alloy, yeah? So what type of steel is what really determines. So I'm just kind of giving it a light little brushing here, just to get rid of any loose forge scale as it cools off. To maneuver. Just want to pull that off so I can flip it around without bending it. Yeah, that brush needs to be swapped out soon. It probably is the fastest I've done a stand. Yeah, simply through the experience of knowing exactly what to do. Get quicker and quicker the more you do it. Hey, Poo Poo. Yeah, I have some wands with stands on the shop as well. Yeah. I'm rubbish at pronouncing Søren. How do you say it? You say it like that. It's kind of like Sean but drunk. Søren. So the like the kind of like the way proper way of saying it is Søren. But if you like in daily speech, you just go Søren. Søren, son. But yeah, it's a weird fucking name for people who aren't Danish. Why is it orange or purple and not orange? Because the webcam doesn't have a proper infrared filter. But if you watch from Twitch instead of Reddit, if you go to twitch.tv/Motilo Workshop, you'll watch with a nice quality camera with proper colors. Did you ever hear about the Viking made carbon steel using bones? Nope, that's not true. They No, wait, no, wrong. Fuck. I mixed it up with. I had a conversation previously about someone was like they mixed in bone into the steel in order to strengthen it, like in a weird kind of like they layered it, like they forge welded in, like, which was a weird thing. You do use bone and horse hooves and stuff like that to carburize the steel. That's done by, so it is true that you make steel like that, so that's just me being too quick on the trigger. You do carburize the steel by using bone, and it's not only the Vikings who did it, that was done like by many people who made steel. By taking the wrought iron you have, and you put it in, you pack it in with carbon-rich stuff like bone meal. And you let it sit in there in the heat, and you keep the heat up for hours upon hours. And what happens is that it soaks in that carbon. That carbon travels from the bone into the steel. Wait, what do you want to hear in Danish, Hillbilly? My name? Hvis vi skal snakke lidt bunderøv, så er mit navn det Søren. Kraftedeme godt komme her, så skal jeg love dig for, at jeg skal få en kolde bølleis, hvis det skal være på den måde. That's how the rednecks talk. Men hvis man snakker normalt, så lyder det sådan her cirka. Så det er den normale måde, jeg snakker på, hvis ikke det er specielt. Så kan de der udlændinge høre, at det er sådan her, det lyder. First I spoke a little bit like redneck hillbilly, and then I just spoke a little bit normally. So my name has like so the very, very correct pronunciation is Søren. Right? That's if you go to Google and have it like speak it out for you, it'll be like Søren. In daily speech, it's just Søren. And yeah. And then it's like if you go like real rednecky, it would be like Søren. I don't know. Well, it's not Sean specific, like it's not a translation of it at all, but it sounds close to Sean. Sean, right? It's kind of like Sean, but without the kind of H sound after the S. But no, Søren comes from, it's a Danish version of the name Severin, which is, again, a derivative of Severus. So you can call me Snape. I have never said my name so many times. No, I have not. Let me see what it... Yeah, the pronunciation of Danish is, let's say, tricky at the least. where we don't actually have that many kind of pronunciations that don't exist in English. It's mostly that the way we get to them is really fucking weird. But yeah, so wait, if my name is popular, not really, and I actually don't like my name very much. I would very much have preferred to not have a name with a fucking in it, because living in the information age, do you know how many fucking like online forums and shit don't allow the letter in it? Like even Danish websites will sometimes not allow so I can't write my fucking name, or I have to do like the international way to write my name is Soeren. But it's just kind of like, Jesus fuck. They needed a name. They were either going for Anders or Søren, and they were Donald Duck in Danish is called Anders And. And my dad was so afraid that I would be picked on, so they named me Søren instead. What they didn't realize is that my last name is also Søren. So Danish, in Denmark, you have like Jensen, you have Nielsen, right? My last name is Sørensen. So my name is literally the fucking same front and back, and that's also something that people find hilarious. And it's just, I'm kind of like, why you do this? At least I have my middle name, which gives me that's the only thing I have going for me. But I guess that's why I had to do cool shit, because I can't just my name isn't doing anything for me, so I had to learn to do all sorts of cool shit to make up for it. Who's got a villain name? Right, I'm pretty happy with this thus far. There are actually several people in the country that is named the exact same thing as I. Like, I'm not even the only person named Søren Hammer Sørensen in Denmark. I'm not even the only person in this town named the same name as me. There's a guy who's like in his 50s or something. I think he moved, but he used to live here with the exact same name as me. So when people were to find me on Facebook, they were so fucking confused. It was like, what? Why do we have a profile photo of like an old man with kids? It's like, because it's not fucking me, man. it got really confusing. There was a period of time where he had like a photo in like of an armored knight as his profile photo, and everyone thought that was me, and it was so fucking confusing. Right, I'm gonna do a little bit of file work just to clean up a little bit here. That's just a little mark from the tongs that I want to get rid of. Hey dog. Wait, did he take anything? Okay. Okay, so we got this cleaned up. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna check again for the stand if it sits right. If it sits the way we want it to. Yeah, so we got a bend in there, but prongs are at least decent. You guys gotta straighten that up, and then when we're done with it, we're gonna give it some oil or something. Okay, let me see here what the chat on Reddit is saying. Is your last name also spelled Son? Yeah, just with an S-E-N in the end. Well, my middle name is in my Reddit username, so you can guess that. If everyone's the father's name, family, you know. Is there a way to do that? I have no idea why. That was way too much text. Yeah, so in Iceland they still go like with the father, the sons get the father's names and the daughters get the mother's names. But we don't do that in Europe. That got we got rid of that for a while. So everyone in my family is named the same last name. Right, so they don't change the names. But if I get a kid, it will actually be relevant. Again, because he will be son. Ever burned yourself? Yep. Do you dream in English or Danish? Danish, usually. Where the fuck is my pasta, Sally? I'll get it in a moment. I just want to be done with this, okay? Really fucking bastard. Son. Well, I might have a daughter, then it won't work. I wouldn't mind having a daughter. We need more women in blacksmithing, I guess. She wouldn't have a choice. I'm gonna be one of those parents. No, you're gonna swing the hammer. I'm I'm not gonna be one of those parents. But I could. What? Managed to was my tongue sticking out? That's not supposed to happen. It's a little bit wobbles. It's good on this side. It's good on. Good on this side as well. Just a little bit wobble town. Just gonna sort that out. Like it's a little bit. God damn it! I just bumped it on the board. Might have bent it. It's gonna be a buff ass kit, but we don't use our ass very much in Forging. Looks so hard to make it little. Nah, it just takes a little bit of careful hammering. What are you doing? I'm making a display stand for the ones that I make and sell on my web shop. I'm gonna have to go over the edge on this one. Okay, that helped. Okay, that one is tall. Okay, we're getting closer. There. Now it's sitting. Ah, fuck. It's not quite. It's so close, yet so far. God damn it. The problem is when you hammer one place, it forms the steel somewhere else. So you gotta be really good at kind of leveling that out, knowing where to hit it to minimize. Right, that seems to be. All right. That is where we want it. It is straight. Straight. Oh, tongue sticking out. All right, that way. Very good. This is now done. I'm gonna brush it. And I'm doing this freehand, like up in the air here, deliberately so I don't get enough leverage to actually bend these arms here with the brush. If I do it against the anvil, I could put enough pressure on it to bend it. But if I do it freehand, it's very unlikely that I'm gonna get enough leverage to do that. And it is just to get rid of the loose scale that might be on there. Ooh, pop the scale on my neck. Thankfully it wasn't very hot. It landed right up in the last burn that I got. Last time I got a piece of forge scale stuck on there. I'm not gonna heat it up, I'm just gonna give it a little bit of oil. The one this is likely going for to be a part of isn't hot blued, so this one isn't either, but I just give it some oil to rust protect. does darken the steel a little bit. That's done. That's an anvil stand. For one. Just gonna get rid of the excess oil the best I can. Nothing wrong with a little bit of an oil bath. It's just a little bit of a mess to clean up, but that's alright as long as we're having fun. Whew, that got hot, as it often does when we include oil. There we go. Now I don't have a wand to actually display, but imagine this is a wand, and you put it in there and it holds it, right? Isn't that nice? Oh, so neat, very good. So that's what that is. That'll do the thing. So many messages. I'm gonna check this out. I think this is important. Oh yeah, that's super important. Okay. Just because there's a post on the Blacksmiths Guild about some old blacksmithing equipment, I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything. There's an old mechanical hammer, much like mine, but it looks like it's a different design. Oh fuck, man. Okay, take a look at this. I'm gonna show this without this hammer. I have an I already have a fucking power hammer, but indulge me, okay? This hammer right here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna show one camera first. That hammer there, right? I want that. I need that in my life. I need this hammer. I have a chance to grab this. It seems to be complete. It's got all the wheels, it got the hammer, the anvil is, and it's got like a proper die set up. Fuck. It's got a bunch of other stuff as well. We've got a, that's a blower, forge, fire pits. I have no idea what the fuck that is. It's also broken, so it doesn't matter. I have no idea what that is either. Probably an upsetting machine. Got an old drill press. Yeah, that's an upsetting machine. All right. Gonna. Right, let me just, there we go. Sorry about that, I had to take a look at that. Let me see here. Wish more people do it. Do what? You should start making tobacco pipe stands for the old farts. How old are you? Oh, Akers, he's, oh, you old. Oh, 32, oh, never mind. I actually, I did what? Like smoke pipes? It's actually one of those things where, if, like I kind of want to smoke a pipe because I like the smell of it. But I'm also because I don't want to fucking smoke. Like, what is this? Like, I'm so conflicted. Hammer me 4K bicep, man. That's a weird T-shirt. Let me just point it out. I have a thing I want to put on a T-shirt, which is more heat, more better. And buy you a coffee. A pattern? What? What is, I don't understand Reddit chat right now. How to join the blacksmith guild? Well, this is my local blacksmith guild at a museum that I volunteer at. You gotta be a blacksmith. If you can forge, you get a little test, and then you might become part of it. Talk about his hat. It's a nice hat. It's actually my museum hat that we use at the museum. I just adopted it. Oh, you love my excitement over the power hammer. I like power hammers. I already have one, an old one, but I need to get it working. Oh, I just go for my head. I don't use blueprints. Yeah, I don't smoke. Oh. Den er kæk. Og ja, hatten er kæk. Det er der. Eller havler. Og jeg kan ikke lige finde, om det er havlet eller sne, men jeg kan bare se Tormod, der er rundt med halen mellem benene sådan frem og tilbage foran port, fordi han er bare sådan It's snowing, and my dog is kind of uncomfortable about it. He's kind of like I just see him out the gate. It's hilarious. Oh, we're done with this now. It's hot. That's what we call lukewarm. Sword! Not that at first. Or do we start with that at first? Oh yeah, no we don't. But straighten this out. It's gonna be beautiful. I'm gonna just clean up the shop a little bit. Get some stuff away from here that we don't need. Oh, pass! God damn motherfucker! Fine, fine, I'll eat. Yes, and water. Fine. Woo. Show the dog? Well, I don't control the dog. Actually, it is Groundhog Day with me. It's chicken. How much pasta salad do I eat a week? Every Sunday, I make a big bowl of pasta salad, and then I make a small bowl of pasta salad. I fill up 2 bowls of pasta salad, And the small one is enough for 3 lunches. So my Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday lunch. And the big bowl I just eat during the week whenever I need a little bit of pasta salad in my life. Usually it's actually kind of pissy because my big bowl is always in the fridge full of pasta salad when he needs it in the kitchen. It's like, bitch, I need my pasta salad. Here's the thing about pasta salad. I need a third big bowl, yeah. But pasta salad, it's quick to make, it's easy to make, it's cheap, and it's healthy. And it is customizable, right? I have feta cheese in mine because I like feta cheese. If you don't like feta cheese, you can put in other cheese. You can put no cheese or mozzarella or something. I have chicken in mine, which is very good. Yeah, warrior rest time. I don't know, he sort of just came, not to be taken out of context. What did you do? I don't know, he just sort of came. What's my worst burn? Your mom. That's my go-to if I want to burn people. Just here to see how long my hair is. My bun is actually opening up, so I need to reset that so you get a rare look at the hair. So that's the length of the hair. Damn, now I can get in with my money. On with your money? Went from blacksmithing, but I appreciate the classic your mom. Well, my worst burn was my throat right here. I was working on a knife with a student. The knife slipped out of the tongs while I was demonstrating something and hit me right in the throat. The knife wasn't sharp, but it was 1,000 degrees Celsius, so. Will you be the model for that? Make what product? What? Oh, L'Oreal Blacksmith? I'll be a model for whatever. I just need money. To pay me. Jeg vil være model for hemorridecreme, hvis lønnen er god nok. Do you mean English or Danish? Danish? Yeah, it was literally 1,000 degree hot knife versus blacksmith. Is it be coffee money on my Patreon? If you want to support the Patreon, you're very welcome. I'd appreciate it. Is it cold there? Yeah, it is. And when I'm not working, it gets too cold. I get heat blasted on me from the back here, but I'm still kind of shivering now. And that's a mix of me not moving physically, and then eating this, which is cold. Still waiting for the OnlyFans? Yeah. I use fusilli pasta. It's just whatever. Describe your ideal date. I just like a coffee date, really. Right? So in Denmark, there's this idea that the walk and talk is a really good date, and it just isn't. You know why? Because I can't focus on having a good, engaging conversation and then also not walk into things. You don't understand how my brain works. If I'm talking to someone, I'm not seeing where I'm going. And I will walk into shit. So I enjoy a coffee date because you can sit not on a restaurant or a cafe. I don't it's weird. I just invite someone over for coffee and sit down and talk. I enjoy that. That's good. Nothing too over fancy stuff. Just a good way to get to know each other. Huh? Nothing too fancy. What you making? I just made a display stand for a wand. But now I'm gonna be working on a sword when I'm done with lunch. Are there many blacksmiths in your area? Not really. The number is rising, actually. As a blacksmith thing, or as a hobby thing. As a hobby thing, blacksmithing is on the rise. Thought I was from Multitasking King? No. I am not. What are common misconceptions about blacksmithing? Are you watching any good shows on Netflix, etc. these days? I don't actually watch Netflix, I just pirate everything. Fortune Fire is a good show, but if you are into watching blacksmithing stuff, it's just fun. It's one of the few blacksmithing shows there are. Misconceptions about blacksmithing? There's an endless number of misconceptions. Pretty much, unless you have spoken or seen a blacksmith work, anything you know or think you know about blacksmithing is likely wrong. The idea that people, for instance, that you gotta cool down the steel all the time, no. This is rising because of you? Oh no, you made it dirty. There are actually quite a few blacksmiths in Denmark, but they're hobbyists, most of them. So the biggest point about blacksmiths, there are plenty of them. They're all over the place, but people just don't know that they're there because, unlike me, most of them don't have a crippling need to be seen. So, they just kind of hide on their farms or wherever and do their hobby, blacksmithing. Like, there's another guy in my family who does blacksmithing, and I never knew until I started doing blacksmithing. Like, I didn't even know him. He's pretty far out. It's my dad's cousin. My dad's cousin does blacksmithing. I never fucking knew until I started, and so I was like, hey, did you know that your dad's cousin also does blacksmithing? No, I didn't. You do any artistic embellishments on your work? Small or intricate details? I do sometimes, yeah. You might want to check out my Instagram or my shop that shows some of the stuff. I like when I make the wands, the kind of Harry Potter style ones. That's all just about making them look good. No, my dad's cousin isn't also named Søren. His name is Moons. Okay, let's get this started. So we're doing some corrective work and some cleanup. Let me see here. Yeah, you can forge with a blowtorch. What's the healthcare system like in Denmark? Functional. Ever get to Sweden? I've been there, yeah. My parents actually own a house up there. I've been all the way up to Jokkmokk, which is like way far up in Sweden. Pins or patches? What? I would. A patch is a pin, like something you sew on, and a pin is something you put on, and I don't know. Instead of going pins or patches, can we go pins and patches? Wait, your name is Søren? Yeah, it is. A lot of people think I'm Irish. I don't know why. I think it's the hat that does it. Ever been to Canada? Nope. I've only been to like the surrounding countries. Like so England, Germany, Norway, Sweden, Finland. Just need to heat up my hands a little bit here. Okay, so this is gonna be some very, very kind of deliberate fine work. It's a little thick right here, so I just wanna. Whoa, got some scale there popping off. Gonna be slow working. Very good type. How did the stand turn out?
Like so. Working really nicely. So it's looking like this. The prongs here are actually crooked to either side, but that's alright. I don't mind. That actually looks like deliberate.
It didn't take too long either. This guy's consistently good vibes. Depends on the day. But yeah, now we're moving. We just made that stand there, which is the display stand. Now we're gonna move on to working on the sword.
It's just cold because it's winter in Denmark. So what we're doing here, we're gonna take some time to clean up the edge. We pulled this out. We want to clean up the edge some. To get it, yeah, it stopped snowing again. Yeah, but we gotta find a little dusting of snow. The most difficult part is we gotta straighten this up down the entire length of this. And then we're gonna do a little bit more follow work.
Show us your mean side. Luleå in Sweden is beautiful. Sweden actually has a blacksmithing school for traditional blacksmithing called Järnakademin. Still here, yeah.
At least he's wearing goggles. Yeah, safety glasses is important. And hearing protection. And the apron.
Do you work at a museum?
No, but I do volunteer at one.
Oh no, Akers. Oh no, you missed the pasta salad. Yeah, that's a shame. That's what happens when you can't hold it. That's hilarious. I'm having a hard time kind of seeing what I'm doing.
Do you like steampunk or diesel punk? I don't like either specifically.
Daft Punk, yeah.
Oh, it started snowing again now. Welcome to Danish weather. Yeah, I don't mind that there are. I don't have to worry about the edge not being the same thickness because this isn't going to be sharpened. I'm just going to round the edges for the HEMA stuff. But I do want it to be straight.
And I want it to be so straight that I don't have to worry about the, like what I'd really like to do is get some sort of straight edge on here, so I can maybe should just use the edge of the anvil here to compare. Wait, did he bring out a bottle? Oh, did he bring? What did he bring? What? Okay, did he bring some sort of sake or something? He has to have brought something, something for that food, yeah? Would want to work on one of those historical villages and play the blacksmith for school tours? Yeah. I actually really regret there was a museum that sought a position like that, like a year or a year and a half ago, and at the time I didn't apply for it because I was so inexperienced that I figured I would never get it, and I wasn't. But the problem is those jobs only become available like once in a generation because the people who get those jobs stick with them. Right, so some other blacksmith has that job now, but if I could have gotten it, that would have been fucking awesome. Snow keeps missing you? Oh, that's a shame. I prefer summer. Actually, I don't. I actually like the heat. I like snow, but in the shop here, I'd rather have it hot than cold. But I don't mind the winter at all. I am Danish after all. You like Sabaton? Yeah. Listen to it often in the shop. No, so brain cabinet, it is the outer edge, and since there's a bit of a concave to it, or convex, I can't just clamp it. It's just that I need something good to compare it with, to test for straight. And I can check on the long edge of the anvil, but that takes too long. So I guess I'm just gonna use this here and assume that's going to be straight enough. Yeah, and I think that's straight enough, so I can check the edge here as I'm forging. It's really important. And that seems pretty straight to me. You're Danish? God damn it. There's a so the between the blacksmiths on Twitch, for some like fucking, I think it was Steadfast who started it. They've started calling me the Dutch guy, and the motherfuckers, like, I don't know, they keep doing it. It's very fucking, god damn it. Are you making the full sword on stream? I have thus far. I started this on Monday. Some of the finished work probably won't be happening on stream. I'm not sure. It really depends, because when it's cold, I only wanna forge. Like when it's cold, I only wanna forge. I don't wanna do all sorts of other stuff because it's way too cold. So I might just forge this blade out and then leave it be until the weather gets warmer, and then finish it on stream then. And then in the meantime forge out another blade, because I already have another sword I want to make in mind. A slightly different, slightly heavier, slightly awesomer sword. Yes, that's the word now, awesomer. I feel like I got a slight twist in it. We've got more work to do. Yeah, so I have, the sword is relatively straight, but the edges kind of wavy wobble, right? So imagine the core and the fuller is completely straight, but the edges are kind of flapping about. So that's what I'm trying to, and those have to be hammered out like all the way down the length to clean it up. So broiling the meat on wedges. Oh, yes, very good, very good. YouTube, yeah. Are you going to be selling? Oh, there's a gust of wind. No wind, please. Oh, that's cold. If I make swords, I might sell them, but swords are not going to be a thing that's available on my shop as a product because they take a long time and they're really expensive. My starting budget for a sword is $2,000 US. I won't start working on a sword, a custom sword, unless that budget of that has been proposed. I might be able to make one cheaper, but I won't start one if the budget is less than 2K. But I'll do them custom. Excuse me. that gust of wind got like stuff in my mouth. There's so much dust in here, like forge, scale, and soot and stuff like that. So when there's a gust of wind like that, it blows everything out into my mouth. Don't like it. We got Jotun in the shop. I wonder if he's ready to get forging. Yeah.
It just to harden.
You want a heat treat now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If possible.
If possible. Nah, it is impossible. Impossible. I think this tongue will hold nicely. How's the tongue? Yeah, that'll do.
Just in 3 times.
Oh yeah, gotta normalize.
And slow yellow burn. Right?
Yeah, heat it up to a kind of dull orange. Pull it out.
On top of the.
Yeah, or wherever. Like cool off down to so it's no longer incandescent.
Yep.
And then do that 3 times.
And after that, then in oil.
Yeah. Yeah, what you made this out of? You made this out of the same that we made the sword out of?
Spring steel, yeah.
Possible.
The tiny.
Oh, yeah. So that's the oil. Yeah, that goes for oil. Just putting it there.
Yep.
Gonna need a glove. God, too much shit.
After that, it's just grindy business.
Yeah, just grinding afterward. But you gotta remember to temper it as well. Hey, fart liver. That's the knife that Jotun forged out the other day. All right. Gonna have to switch this around. Thank you, try it. Have a nice day. Well, that is the Korean food. It's in the oven. What are common blacksmithing mistakes? Forging too cold. Oftentimes, wrong hammer technique. Bum. Yeah, I can. By the way, if you want somewhere to put it, that's not on top of the forge.
You just can't put it down on the anvil.
Oh yeah, that takes the. That's true. Yeah. Ooh, that's hot. Forgot I kind of wanted to cool that off. It's so goddamn wobbly. Woo. Goddamn. It seems like this process is working all right. Yeah. If you can keep, if that heat there is pretty good. So it just needs to be a little bit lower heat, like right out there.
I was just about to say it needs to be a little bit lower, but I kind of have to figure out a way to turn it.
It's not gonna make a huge difference, but it's about shrinking the grain structure.
So after I've done this 2 more times, then oil, and then
Then you can grind it, but it should, then it needs to be tempered in the oven.
that should be fine. That would be the oven signal.
God damn it. I'll just have to be hot then on my hand. Everything is fucking frozen today. It's horrible. The beard guy is not my apprentice, he's my friend who comes by and helps and does stuff. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's a little bit too hot. The important thing is that you don't leave it in there for a long time. Right, what people a lot of times will do is they'll leave it in for a huge amount of time, and it's while it's in the fire that it grows.
That's also where the grain structure expands, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we're just doing some blanishing actions on this sword here to make sure we get any wobble out of the edges on it that are rough forged. So we're going along down the entire length of this. To kind of just help get it straightened out as best as we can. And we're just kind of checking against here. Got a bend in it. Well, that's not too much of a problem as long. Got a bit more wobble now.
Look at these murder weapons.
What?
Look at these.
Oh yeah, the fucking axes. Yeah, that one doesn't want to bite in as well. Should be good. But yeah, I gotta set them somewhere because otherwise Mina will run over them. Hey, Jonathan. Yeah, nothing. Exactly. Well, yeah, the finish work, but if you do this well, you get less finish work. So it's kind of like I have to do this in order to not do the other thing that's worse. She's borrowing it. Yeah. I borrowed your axe. Where's the handle? I ate it. My dog ate it. My dog ate the handle. But you are the dog. I know. The problem is the weight of this is also enough to mess with it. So it's really important that you never hold it like this. Like you want to hold it on the vertical. Okay, so that's kind of want to. Like, it doesn't have to be completely straight, does it?
It kind of does. But
Isn't there such a thing as a boomerang sword?
no.
God damn.
Well, technically, but not that way.
Oh, yeah. This is why making a saber is more fun. It's meant to be crooked.
Alright, so I've done it 3 times now.
Yeah. Let's get the oil.
We need to heat that up first, right?
Yeah. Lower the pressure here just a smidge. I'm gonna just place that there.
So, we need a piece of steel, right?
Yeah, just gonna preheat.
We're just gonna use that.
Yeah.
Oh,
To
just roll it around.
Yeah, to just to heat it up and get that sorted out. I don't know if my this will work. It's been kind of broken. Oh, it works now. It was too cold when I get out here for it to work. It goes down to like -4 or something, and then it fucks up. The dog is in the shop now. She's like, you said my name? He's like, yes, you're a dumbass. Oh, okay. Really? How dare you?
You really mean it? It's starting to shape up good.
Yeah. Yeah. The fuller isn't as wide as you typically see on my swords. But I think that's alright. Like, I want to make more fullering dies for the press, so the next time because the next sword I want to make needs a very, very wide fuller.
Also, on HEMA swords, I noticed, because I was in looking at pictures of some of
Yeah.
the swords you're picking up, and the fuller stops about there.
Wait, so they only fuller this part? Wow.
I don't know why, but most of the swords I've seen people using lately stop there.
That's probably more laziness than anything else. In order to provide, because they make them thin for lightweight, right? So they add the fuller down here because that's where they want to protect it from flexing too much.
Yeah, because the top of many of the swords, they flex very, very much.
Yeah.
Because they use a technique that's also supposed to be used with sabers,
Yeah.
where you hit the edge of the shield
Yeah.
with the flat part of your sword,
Oh,
so
they
the
do
tip
that.
bends down here.
Bullshit. Yeah.
No, it is a
Well-
fairly legit technique. I'm just
Yeah.
having a hard time imagining it being that effective in battle.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? That's a HEMA thing, not a actual thing. I'd wager at least.
I mean, it could be effective against unarmored people if you, while you're doing the flex, you also cut inwards towards the neck.
Yeah. Okay, that's looking pretty good. The outermost tip I haven't touched yet.
Alright, so what, it needs to be around 70.
Yeah, between 50 and 70 when you quench, so it's okay if this is like 80 or 90. Alright. You want to be closer, otherwise it's going to grab the entire floor. Yeah, so that's pretty good. I just take this out.
Alright, so I need to heat this up to what, about the same as before?
A little bit colder. So it needs to be just at around where it turns like orange.
Alright.
And so it really doesn't need long. I love that the text to speech gets the oh okay right, like in the way it says it. It's like oh
No.
it's all surprised. I didn't get to see the color, but I hope that was good.
Yeah, it was just barely turning orange.
Okay.
I was moving it around in there to
Yeah.
make sure I got the proper temperature.
Good.
And I've been moving it around down here.
Gonna file test it.
Gotta cool it down a bit first, right?
Yeah. It needs to cool off just a little bit before. Just wipe this. Yeah. Looks good. The oil oftentimes kind of you can see like that's a good like that's what we want to go for.
Yeah.
Looks like that's usually good.
And so it's more burned down here.
We're at like so it was a little bit cooler down here. That's what the oil tells me. So it might be a little bit soft here in the spine, but that's alright.
So could that be fixed by heating it up again?
Yeah, you could requench. You want to renormalize the cycles again and then
Alright, right. But
just need some leverage here. So that's nice and hard up here. It's also hard down here. So that's all good.
so it should be fine.
Yeah. If I try down here, it's a difference.
Yeah, it grips.
Yeah. Alright, that should be a nice light too. And it didn't warp or anything that I can see.
No, I think the warp that's in it, that's all me.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think it works. Alright, so what I need to do now is let it cool down and then take it to the grinder because I want it to be
Yep.
shiny.
Yeah.
And after that, I have to make the whole edge rack, the
You
sharp edge.
need to temper it at some point. And that needs to be before you leave, because if you leave it overnight, it's gonna burn. It's gonna burn. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna put it in the temp before before we're done.
But yeah, but you just go to the grinder and go ham on it.
So grind all the way down also to a sharp edge, and then in the temp, or
Yeah, that's up to you. That doesn't
Alright.
matter.
yeah, I mean the slight warp it has, it should be able to. I should be able to
You
get that out
can grind that out. No problem.
Yeah. Alright. Let's do it.
Yeah, that worked out.
The only thing I'm a bit sad about is I forgot the wood I want to use for the handle.
Oh. What did you have in mind?
Oh, it was just ash wood.
Oh, okay.
It was some of the remains from the spears.
Yeah. Well, I have plenty of ash. I don't like the sawdust from the grinder.
What?
I just don't like sawdust from the grinder. you know,
Oh,
the
right,
grinder.
right.
But I need to get like just get used to that. Got a little bit.
I could do it. I can do it at home. Fitting the handle and all that jazz.
I'm just marking the sword now where I want the where there's a little bit of a bend on it, from what I can tell. And that will show up even when I heat it up. So that's kind of marking where there's a bend, using the direction of those marks to tell me where I need to straighten out. It's very, very slight now. Let's start up there. Okay. Yeah, the one display got finished. Oh yeah, that's frozen as well.
I know.
Just trying to heat it.
So this is the one display that we made. Sits here very nice and solid. to put a wand in. That'll be available in the shop for the guy or anyone else who needs one. I'll just make more if I need to.
Oh, is this supposed to be the guard?
That was a bookmark kind of thing. You put in a bump to hold the book open. I tested out. It works all right, but I've never used one myself, so I have a hard time figuring out if I want to make one. Works, it works. Okay, that should be that sorted. Heh, sorted. Oh, you run charcoal? Well, yeah. Alright, see you later, Demon King. I was too late to reply for that. Looks like a spooky tree. Speaking of spooky tree, I have one on my web shop under the wands and staff category. There's actually a dead tree sculpture I did that also works as a wand display, but it also just works as a standalone sculpture, as a little display piece. So if you like the idea of a spooky tree, take a look at that one. Highly recommend. Matilo.dk. What are you missing?
I was just looking for some practice steel for that light. Just for another leaf attempt.
Fuck, the entire sword bends when I'm heating it up. God damn it. Fucking hell, man. Like when I heat it up, it bends under its own weight. The entire sword. Fucking, like look at this fucking banana. God damn.
Alright. It warps two ways.
Yep. I need to start heating it up in an upright position because the entire thing is bent downward. So whatever I was doing the final few things here and that just got completely fucked. Gonna need I'll start a fire there, but that's fine. So I'm gonna have to start heating the sword in a vertical position because as it heats up, it starts sagging. God damn it. Why do we need swords in 2021? Because some people like doing historical European martial arts and they use swords, axes and spears and other weapons. Also, museums like to have historical recreations made so that they can learn about the processes that were involved in the making of swords. And some people also just like swords as display pieces. There are various different reasons to make swords today. When are the leaves coming back in stock? Oh, the leather ones. I don't really make that much of them. I should make more. They've been good sellers. Bum, bum, bum. God damn, that got so crooked. Or so bent. I'm just kind of probably do it by hand, like so, but fucking hell. I got a bit more of a bend in the tip now. Amunias, there's a flaw in the sentence you just wrote.
Huh?
Please note, if you get thrown back to the Stone Age, there's not going to be a lot of metal working, is there?
No, not really.
But I get your point. Oh, if everything is radiated, I can run a nuclear forge. I bet that's cheap and efficient. Hate when it bends the tip. Yeah, it's nicer if it can have a little bit of a curve, but if it's too much, it gets weird. Okay, so that's helping. So have a little bit of bend, it kicks there. All right. Keep it that color? Nope. Give us a good blacksmith pickup line. What I can. I don't know any good blacksmith pickup lines. I want to get pounded. Want to get hammered? I don't know. I'm pretty good at working out the kinks. Is that a pickup? The scratch marks are is me marking it with soapstone for getting the bends out, but I fucked it up and had to kind of refresh.
It's fixable.
That works. All right. Oh, it might also just be like heat warping. Like I'm not even sure that it's the weight that pulls it down. It might actually be heat warping, which it's gonna make a fun heat treat then, if it wants to warp that easily.
Isn't that kind of like the norm?
In what? In what?
Isn't that the norm? No.
No, it's a risk if you don't normalize proper. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be warping just by being heated up. Especially not when it's a mono steel.
I guess not. I just remember reading something about the rapid cooling.
Yeah, the rapid cooling can warp it, but not like simply heating it up shouldn't.
I guess that's fair.
Okay, so we got most of that out of there. But it did set us back quite a bit. I had it almost perfectly straight, and now it's all over the place. Fucking hell! I essentially gotta start forward, start down here again, and straighten the entire thing up. This is where a much more local heat would be much preferred.
I'm trying something.
Well, there's a hole in the middle.
I know.
I know. Oh, you just don't care. Okay.
Wanted to make my own.
Let me show you my big hot sword. Yeah. How easy? It's easy enough to correct, but when it's this long, it just takes a long ass time. That hot cut only works for you then.
No, it worked fine.
Wait, it does. Oh, it's small though.
It's too small.
Yeah, yeah.
But
The risk there is that when you hammer down on it, because it's so small, there's a lot of force right on the edge, so it might crack the end right here.
right.
You see that sometimes, or it'll break the hot cut.
Yeah, I'm using tiny hits on
Yeah.
the part.
How did you get into blacksmithing? Just by doing it. You're awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's like a hidden burn. I'm used to handling hot stuff, so you should be a breeze. It's like, wait, did you just say that I wasn't hot? Yeah, I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On both Reddit and Twitch, for those who are inclined to tune in the future, you're very welcome. Today we have Jotun, my friend, in the forge here, working on some projects along with some food for dinner. But we play pen and paper, tabletop RPGs every Monday evening, and he has taken it upon himself to make us a decent food. So he does that. It's pretty much the best thing to happen since sliced bread. Yep. I'm also sitting at, I'm actually at 58 kilos now.
You're at what?
I'm at 58 kilos now, so I'm slowly putting on weight, I think.
Yeah, you were.
I was 57.
December, you were about what, 50?
56 actually. I dropped a kilo in December.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I put on two kilos.
That's good. And after today's food, you should put on about 2 more.
2 more, all right.
Oh, there's a lot of veggies and well, a lot of fatty meat, but
Oh, very good. Okay, so a blacksmith pickup line. That actually inspired me, Valkyrie. Normally I just hit the steel, but you're too good to. No, that wasn't completely baked. I normally only hit on steel, but I can't. But how do I get that to hit on a person? Shit. Fuck. I'd have to rely entirely on my awkward charm. That's all I have going for me. Fuck. Ah. It was so nice and straight, and now I'm kind of like, eh.
huh?
You just did something that was loud, apparently. I don't know what it was. Well, let me see here. Let me see here. Yeah, I'll get into blacksmithing. Let's buy some anvils in the forge. Yeah, I built a forge and then started doing. That's how it went. I work with dogs and it's a very active job, even if I'm working in front of a small business, so I wear many hats in one day. That's nice. Move your testosterone before I explode. What? Last I checked, it wasn't testosterone wasn't an explosive substance. I'm going to need to grab this with a pair of tongs. Fun fact, moving a sword around is pretty fucking difficult. I don't even know what it was. I wanted to get a bend out of it, but the bend is kind of gone now. Like, it's looking straight enough. If I line it up on the edge here, like that doesn't move more than maybe like 4 or 5 mil at max, and from one edge, and it's probably less than that. Or it's got a kink right there. Okay, let me just keep an eye on that. I need to mark that right there. Slight kick there. And it's got one on that side again on the. Just flip that around and do that. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good.
It's a tiny, tiny, tiny curve that way.
Yeah. It's got weird shit going on.
Sorry, Ammonius. I was just flattening the leaf.
I have gotten far, yeah. I don't know. I know Mimi. I know Mimi. How long does a project like this take usually? It's my first sword, so I don't actually know how long it should take. But generally, well, I know from other blacksmiths that it's easily a month's worth of work. I'm not gonna give this get this to a high finish because I just want to make a sword, really. Well, I don't wing it. I have a plan in my head, and then I make that. I run on experience. My main fuel is experience and pasta salad. So. Yeah, it's my first sword. So I'm making it for Western HEMA, so it'll be used in combat. And that way I can also test my heat treat and with my forging is good enough because if it bends or breaks, that means it's a bad forging. I did a bad job, and we don't like that. Hey, Sergeant. Does it pay the bills? No. It doesn't. I work part-time. We've got a lot of heat in here. And I think part of the warping that happens is actually just the heat.
Could be.
Because it gets heated up. Like, even though it's a thin blade, it gets hotter on one side than the other. And that's enough to warp it some.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
doubting what you're saying, but I think I understand it.
The problem is when you knock out one king, you might create another one, but for a starter, I think this is all right. I have a little bit on the tip that I want to deal with, and I also have one there. Fuck, I hope that would be hot enough for me to still get that out, but might also be just because like it's not completely straight, and I'll never get it straight at the hammer or at the anvil, but it is close. And the tip isn't.
Can you hold it up again? I mean, I've seen worse warps on some of the swords being used.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I'm looking at very when I straighten out this, like I'm looking at a very specific parameter. So right now I'm only looking at the outer edge. I don't really care about anything else. You gotta do the tip there. But otherwise, it'll be good. Let me see here. It will also it will always pull towards the flame. Wouldn't it pull away from the flame because the heated part expands more? I don't know. How did you make that groove? That's forged in. Thanks for the sub, MDIM666. Appreciate that support, my man. When are the leaves coming back in stock? I don't know. If what leaf do you want? Send me an email with like, hey, I would like that thing to come back in stock, and I'll take a look at it. How do you? But yeah, the groove is forged in on the fly press with a fullering tool. I have done one on a dagger by hand, and I was like, nope, I'm not going to do a full sword by hand fullering. No way. Oh yeah, exactly, Jonathan. Yeah.
I'm just gonna go behind you. Gotta check the timer on the food.
Are you saying my ass is big?
Got fatties.
Fatties.
With a PH.
And so the end here, I'm just gonna completely ignore any I'm just gonna straighten it from kind of from the beginning as if I hadn't done that already, because it got pretty crooked. Yeah, exactly, Siren. It lowers the. It does lower the melting point of the oxidation. By the way, the marks I did here, they're still on the sword because soapstone doesn't burn. It just becomes hard to see when the steel is hot because it glows.
I actually didn't know that.
It's why they use soapstone for the Alstein poison. Yeah. Okay, what we have now is a slight twist to the right, which is a problem that needs to go. Yeah, it twists a little bit to the right. On the other side, it's not as bad, but we do have that slight twist. The way to get rid of that, well, we know the procedure.
That's cool.
As long as it's flat, it should be good. We're gonna get the Bandit Club out. Hashtag Club Bandit. Don't click in the chat, Octavio. I can't. I'm not gonna remember that. Send me but yeah, okay. So the green leaf keychain hanger. It's better to send me an email because I can actually check those after stream. But the answer to the question is they come back when I make more, and if I know people want to buy them, I'll make more. Is your hammering arm twice as strong as your glove arm? It's close. So this is my 5 kilo sledge. Yeah, like doing this, I can't really do that much in my right arm because it's tired from the forging. But my left just barely.
I actually don't know if I can do that.
So about 20 centimeters down.
Then you just
I figure you're doing pretty good because of all the fighting shit. You're
good.
pretty used to the.
It's been a long time. Also, this wrist is fucked up. I'm not sure if I can.
I'm doing fine. Nope.
All the tension let go now.
Yeah. That's a 5 kilo sledge for those who are wondering, but it's a little. Oh, that is not easy.
I mean, my left should be doing better than
Oh,
the
that's
right.
too far down. I can't do that. This is of course just the wrist strength, but yeah.
Theoretically, my left should be doing better because that's my
Yeah.
shield hanger.
Yeah.
And I'm maneuvering that around.
If we take 1 kilo off, it becomes so much easier.
Yeah.
This is a 4 kilo, and that's just not a problem. And I'm holding further down on the shaft too, which makes it even heavier. Just so it. But that's like that extra kilo just too much. Okay, so what we want to do is we're gonna very deliberately with this flat bar hit it against the face of the anvil while we pull it backward. That should straighten out that twist, hopefully. We may have to do it more than once. Time will tell. We will knock other kind of stuff into it as we do this. But this is the way to pull out a twist. That is better. I want to do it one more time just to be nice. A little bit further towards the tip. Let me see here what chat is saying. Yeah, like right arm always gets bigger than left when you're blacksmithing. Just went to my shop and you love it all? Well, good. What are you doing? Making a sword right now. Alright, Acres. Making a sword right now, we're straightening it out because I got a little bit of a twist in the blade. And we want to get rid of that twist. Simple process. A lot of beginner blacksmiths don't really realize how to get rid of a twist. But it is just start on one end and hammer it all the way out.
Leaf, feather, thing,
Dragon.
something.
Very, I gotta make sure it's flat against the face of the anvil. that out. I believe. Yeah, the twist is out. Good. Have a little bit of a kick in it there. I might be able to take out this piece of wood. The tip out here is not too big of a concern because I'm going to grind that. I have to in order to comply with the regulation. Can't have it too pointy. Alright, I'm gonna brush. Just to clean it up a little bit. This isn't really effective. Bring out the bigger brush. Don't mind me, I'm just polishing my sword.
I mean, that's fairly okay.
Yeah. Oh, you used the hot cut chisel for it to bite all the way through, yeah?
I wanted to bite it all the way through because I wanted to make it like a broken feather.
Oh, yeah.
That didn't go so well because it broke further down.
Yeah.
But I think it's okay for
Be careful when you use the chisel on the anvil, make sure you always have like a piece of mild underneath.
Right. I forgot, but I'll remember.
Oh, yeah. So, god damn, like it's nigh on impossible to get straight when it's this long. But it's as close as it's gonna get on that. It's got a kick to that side now. I gotta get rid of.
From this angle?
That like to me it looks like it kicks this way.
How hard is it?
But that's when I look at the entirety of the width of the blade. I need to check just the fuller, and then grind the rest. It's not too hot.
Yeah, it curves a bit that way.
Yeah. Like the overall profile definitely does, but I need to make sure the fuller doesn't. If the fuller doesn't, it's fine. Obviously, the balance can't be. I think the balance is good. Like it's centered right now. So once the handle and all that comes on, it should lay down here. Need the light. Oh yeah, the fuller does kick ever so slightly to the side.
Just wanted to try and feel how heavy it was.
Yeah. I need to get it in and weigh it after today.
It's a bit on the heavy side.
Yeah.
For a Hema sword. If you go for the swords that others use,
Yeah.
because those have been made to be very, very light.
I saw one Viking sword from Norway, the one I've been looking at, that was 900 something grams with handle and pump. So and that was 92 total, so it's about the same size, same width, everything. It was just so much more, like so much thinner. Holy fuck, that's a lot of snow.
It just started. I mean, it should, with a handle and a proper grip. I mean, the grip I had here wasn't that good because it's biting into the fingers, so it feels heavier.
Yeah.
The handle, I think, could be better.
Like the balance should be fine. It's just a matter of whether it's gonna weigh 1,000 grams or 1,400 grams.
Yeah.
We're gonna see what we can do.
Yeah.
Hello, Bramwell.
Right. I'm just gonna go check on the food.
Yeah. Oh yeah, horses are super expensive. So you have a Hearthstone leather card back on your website. Do you play the game? Not anymore. I used to though. Used to play it a lot. Used to make a lot of Hearthstone stuff. I've sold tons of Hearthstone stuff. Are you married? No, not at all. I'm painfully single. I just have my friend in the shop. I know he smacks my ass, but that's just because he likes me. Someone calling me? Oh, someone is calling me. And we're back. It isn't snow, it's hail. It's been hailing. There are tons of hail. Alright, so this is gonna be a little bit interesting. God damn, this handle is hard on my hand to try and yeah, Bina is being a cheeky little dog. See what you can find. I need way more. Let me see here. Thought you said you had a girlfriend last stream. Unless your last stream you watched was like more than like half a year ago, then no. The animal weighs 120 kilos. And that's not a hammer. No, that would be true. It's a bandit club. Or in Danish, I call it bøllekøllen. Man skal altid have en bøllekølle i sin smedje. Has a shitty handle though. I don't know what wood this is. It's either oak or like beech or something. Like it does not. It's certainly not ash. It's a horrible wood to try and work. That's why the handle is also so bad, because I can't actually work it. It's just a random piece of scrap lying in the yard that I grabbed. And it's horrible. Horribly. Oh no, I overdid it. Fuck, it finally worked and I overdid it. The reason why you're using a piece of wood is because you don't dent the steel that way, you just bend it. And that's what we're looking for. We're just correcting bends in it right now. Alright, that's interesting. I actually have a hard time seeing if it's straight or not. There is weird. Right here. It's got a weird kink, like right there when I hold it up against the light. Okay, so it's there. It just like goes like to the side. So I gotta hit it down very locally, right
yeah,
there.
I kind of see it. Yeah.
It's weird.
All right. Normally, I don't like to brag,
Yeah?
but your apartment right now smells amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's just my natural smell of sweat
No,
and
no,
dog.
no,
No,
it's
the
100%
food.
my cooking.
Oh, the food. Oh, I thought you were just talking about me. Oh, okay.
No, I just opened the door and instantly it was like, oh damn. Oh, what are we cooking? Oh, I know what we're cooking.
Oh,
this
that's
is gonna
good.
be good.
Oh, that's gonna be nice.
Also, I used an entire bottle of wine, so it might be that with all the spices.
Just like alcohol, like fumes. Like, oh.
But also, expect it to be hot.
Yeah,
This time.
Very good. Very good. All right. All right. All right. Guess I could take up blacksmithing for a week if it was a requirement. What requirement? To join? Join what? What are we talking about? No. I have a question for you. Do you all watch the American Super Bowl? And nope, don't. Might be time for more pasta. Not quite. Yeah, I get that about Shaggy a lot. Well, if you call a booty call someone calling me to look at accounting, yes. I guess booty is a sort of treasure, so accounting.
It is.
Yeah, money.
Do y'all watch the American Super Bowl in Denmark?
Oh,
Do
this
y'all
is
have
all
your
right
own
now.
version of the Super Bowl?
Should give it a leather handle. Nope, wooden handle.
Some people watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, some weird people we don't like.
Yeah,
we don't mingle with those people. Like, why do you do this?
It's more common to watch handball in Denmark.
Yep.
Isn't it called handball? Handball.
Handball, yeah. Alright. Oh, fuck. I had that. Okay, marking right there. Right, very locally. So fucking weird. Okay, introduced a little bit of a kick in it there. Smacking it so hard where the edge is very thin. But if that's the word, oh, that's up. Yeah, it's closer.
It has a slight move that way.
Oh yeah. It'll keep.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What does the wood do when you're hitting the edge?
So it imparts kinetic force into the material,
Yeah.
which is enough when it is hot to bend the material. But because the wood is soft, it is still softer than the steel, which means that the steel takes the damage instead of, or the wood takes the damage instead of the steel. So if I took a hammer and I hammered on the soft steel, the steel takes the deformation. But if I take the soft wood and impart kinetic force, the force still goes into the steel, but the wood takes the damage.
Right.
So it's essentially a sacrificial piece, and that's why you can see all of the dents here from me using it, because you want to not fold over the edge or mushroom it out or anything like that.
So it's kind of like making extremely soft hammer blows.
Yeah, it's like you can buy hammers like rawhide mallets and stuff like that, or rubber hammers, and this is the exact same reason, it's the exact same purpose, to make sure you don't damage whatever you're hammering on. It sounds kind of dumb when you say it like that, but let me just hammer this thing and make sure I don't damage it, but that is what it is. Yes, we got weird fucking kick.
Could you turn it again?
This way?
Again. Here you have a sort of.
Yeah. Gotta wait where it like kicks like this.
Yeah.
That was the exact. And then there's a general wave this way. So we've got like an S pattern.
I'm gonna turn on the grinder now.
Yeah.
Just, just so people are aware.
It's raining in. It's like dripping right here. Or not raining, but like snowing. Like slight. I just once in a while there's like a drip coming in. God damn it! I'm gonna need a new roof.
But it's a half thing between snow and hail.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's pretty heavy snow actually, or hail. Yeah. What's cooking? A sword. Yeah, in order to fix someone else's sword from being full of kinks, you need to have a firm grip on some wood. Yeah, that's a lot of God. I have electronics here.
What?
It just keeps coming. Like it's snow, but it keeps coming in. Jotun goes to the grinder now, so that's the noise in the background. Put a bucket. It's the problem isn't that there's water in here. The problem is I don't want water on my stuff. Jotun is making a kitchen knife for chopper kind of style. Filleting, that's what it was. A knife for filleting. And I'm correcting this just by bending mostly. You can do a punch like that if you want to, but I'm gonna call that. We have one last thing to do, but then it's done. So I have one last little thing, and then I'm gonna go to fixing the fuller. Fuck, I need to fix the fuller still. I might fuck the entire thing up while fixing the fuller. Again, I forgot about that shit. God damn it. See you later, awkward as fuck lady. That name though. Well, I'm not making a samurai sword, I'm making a Viking sword, but it's close enough. Close enough. I don't have any jigs or anything for doing like a consistent angle. So that's the frustrating thing. You gotta be real careful with how you do that.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, since this is a fillet knife, it has the curve.
Yeah. You also make sure you cool it off and it doesn't get hot.
Yeah. Got a little bit hot.
Yeah. Like if it starts to change color, that's too hot.
It did up here.
Yeah, that's very, very common. So you want to be very careful with that because that takes the hardness out of it.
All right. I mean, it went from the normal steel color to a light blue purplish.
Yeah, then it's lost most of its hardness. Blue for a knife is pretty bad. If it's straw or brown, that's like kind of okay. Anything above that, then it starts to go soft.
All right. So I guess.
For a kitchen knife, it's not a big problem because you're not going to be chopping into wood or stuff like that, but it's just something to be aware of. I love this noise that this wood makes whenever I put it on there, because it flares out along the fuller, like when it starts to burn the gas in the wood.
So what, you're just taking the bend out of it now?
Yeah, I'm just taking the bend out. Got a little bit of a kick there. Alright, so it's still a little bit wavy, but very, very little. For a hand hammer, like the only place where there actually is some is down here. But that's so thick down there that I don't really mind. So that's very good. We're gonna need to heat it up down here and then do some more fuller work. Problem is it's very hot here, so I'm just gonna let it cool off because I'll need to handle it, hold it up there, and I can't do that as is. So we're just gonna be reading the chat a little bit. Do you know anything cool about the metal copper? You can forge it, and I like the color when it oxidizes. That's verdigris. It anneals and hardens opposite of how steel hardens. So when you rapidly cool steel, it becomes hard. If you rapidly cool copper, it becomes soft. Right, so we don't need this here anymore. What we do need is some stuff over here. I'm gonna take my shirt. I wanna put my shirt up here. Dirty. Put it over there. So this is my press. I swing that wheel, it puts downward pressure on the thing. Is it cold? Yeah, a little bit. What's my regular job? I work part-time with teenagers. Can I grab this? Alright. It gets a little bit hot, but you're an underwater welder? Oh, that's good money. And you also make coffee. Well done, well done. It's actually getting, like, it's starting to get cold now with all of the snow and hail. And there's a little bit of a breeze in here. And I'm not swinging a hammer. Haven't swung a hammer hard for a while. Gonna need a different glove for this. Gonna check the Discord. some heat on there, so I should be good to start forging again. Just want to very carefully build up that fuller. Have a nice day, Copper Minted. Thanks for stopping by, man. Smith a poop knife. That's what Jotun is doing, yeah?
I have to make it do what now?
Just pulling the fuller all the way down to the tank.
Yeah. He has to get on CERN to do it by any means possible. I have to make it do what?
I have no idea. The Copper Rivet Club.
Huh? Husbando. Yeah, that's me. All right. They has to fix your hammer, I think. He might be onto that at some point, I guess. I'll remind him again.
Hey, XP. Hey, it's not cut. Fuck, I'm busy.
I'm pretty sure he's talking to me.
Oh, you're the cunt.
No, I'm the beautiful one. You're the cunt.
Ah, fuck.
Morning, Neptune.
Okay, I just have to adjust those fullers.
All right.
Hey, Cody, man. How you doing? Did you stream today? I had the stump wooden mallet in my... Alright. Hey, Neptune. Did you have your date, Neptune? Did it go well? Random bonus stream? Well, shit, that's nice.
That's cool. How's it looking?
Takes a little bit of time to get it well adjusted. It also wants to, like, my dies are set up a little bit poorly. Viking metal bangers for the last 4 hours, so it makes sense to come down to a Viking banging metal. Yes, indeed. And if you want some more metal style Viking stuff, I'm listening to Ensiferum today. Exclamation point music in chat gives you the link. And if anyone's inclined to accompany the stream with some nice. Is Ensiferum? Those are Finnish, right? Yeah, Finnish.
I actually don't know.
They have songs in Finnish, at least, but they also have some in Swedish.
Yeah, that's really hard to say. If they're Scandinavian, at least, then it's really hard to say where they're from if you haven't researched
but
it.
but also because some Finnish speak Swedish and it's weird.
Also, if you look at what's his name,
Hey John,
Einar Selvik, I think his name is, the lead singer of Vadruna. He sings in both Icelandic, Norwegian, Old Norse, I think Finnish too, so that's kind of hard to pinpoint where he's from.
you look like a SoundCloud artist. Fucking hope not.
You do? But you do have a SoundCloud.
I don't have enough face tattoos for this shit.
No, face tattoos are for mumble rappers.
Yeah. So Jonsson went back to the grinder, that's the noise you're hearing. Cody, it works fucking, like, it's fantastic, right? So I run that's why I bought Spotify Premium to get rid of the fucking ads, right? So I just run Spotify, and that Supermatic link on the laptop, and it loads the Supermatic link player into Spotify, and just select that player, it goes to that link, and people can click it, they can adjust their own volume, I don't have to worry about it, and they can turn off the music if I switch to, like, I might switch to synthwave, and if they don't like that, they just turn that off, and they actually even save the boards with the music, where you can still adjust the volume, right? So I can go onto the Supermatic link, and then when I'm offline, you can check out the VOD with the music I listen to and adjust the volume of it on the VOD, which is fucking fantastic. It's saved separately. It's beautiful. So I was like, I had to try that out when that came out here recently. They're working on all sorts of shit. It's just like a single guy who's making it, I think, but it's really nice. Hopefully the Twitch embed fuckery they're doing doesn't fuck it up, because it's very likely to. Yeah, it's like, yay, we made a solution to the DMCA problem. Yeah, we're just gonna break that now. Fuck, why? Alright. So we got that puller extended all the way down into the tank. We're gonna clean that up now. The tank gets a little bit bent and crooked from all of this. So we're gonna clean that up. We're gonna get our gloves on. I just spent like at least half an hour just straightening the sword out. Then I remembered I had to extend the puller a little bit. And here we are now, gotta straighten the sword again a little bit. No one likes a crooked sword. Yeah, that's the EXP, the excessive host raid kind of thing. Host, I guess it is. That brings up those viewers. My brain is scrambled, but I have been going for a little while. Oh, 5 hours and 10 minutes, 19 minutes. I can't tell. 5 hours and 20 minutes. And I'm actually thinking, like, so when we've rough forged this sword out, I think I'm just gonna start on the next one. Because that's the motherfucking thing I'm making for Cody, and I don't want to start finish work on this piece until, one, I need coal because I need to forge well. Two, I need it to be hotter in the weather because I need some finish work where I'm not running the forge. And that's gonna be fucking cold now. So might as well just forge out the next blade and get that shit done. Even though I have no idea what it's gonna look like, except I know what the blade is gonna look like and nothing else. Yeah, we're making that executioner sword because it's way too fitting. Like I can't fucking help myself. I have to. But I just gotta ever so slightly pivot this back in line. Drink water. Who needs water? Give me mead. No, I'm kidding. Just drink water. Thankfully, down here there's not so much weight in the blade that it'll bend itself under its own weight just when it's heated up. Bringing out the bandit club. That's my weapon of choice, I guess. For those who are wondering, the reason why I'm using a wooden club is because the wood is softer than the hot steel, so the wood will break, but it'll still deform the steel without bending or without indenting the steel. Jesus Christ. It's crooked as balls. A little aggressive on the. Oh, it's gonna break. Oh fuck. Oh, come on. Don't do it. There we go. There we go. Dark Souls 3 Executioners. I need to check that out real quick.
Called the Executioner Sword?
Yeah,
Oh,
from
that's
Dark
amazing.
Souls 3.
It's just a flat topped.
Yeah, it's a flat. That's exactly what I wanted to do.
So it's basically just a square blade.
Come on, open the link. By the way, Cody, you know you wanted to troll me with. You just had that entire link spoken out in text to speech for me there. Just had to point that out.
Alright, that doesn't really show it all that well.
You know, so there's a point of that sword, right? It's longer, but then it's just flat, right?
Yeah, that is flat.
Yeah.
They cut off the top of the sword in that picture.
Yeah. So, but that's exactly what I had in mind. That was the exact intention. God, motherfucker, damn it.
But it is just like a square.
Yeah, and that's you don't need a point on anything. You're not frosting someone to death. You forgot? Yeah, that's what everyone else says when they do it. Oh, don't fuck you. You got another link. Jesus Christ. For the next like fucking half a minute, I'm gonna hear the. I'm gonna have to test this executioner sword on Cody, because this motherfucking is asking for it.
I mean, beside the Uruk-hai sword, that's like my favorite fantasy sword.
Yeah, I actually have. I'm gonna just tease that now, but I actually have a plan on going full orc. Because it's cold enough now, I'm not gonna die of a heat stroke.
Yeah.
Going full orc and then forging one of those out.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Well, tell me what day it is because I'll bring my costume too.
Now the thing is, you're gonna out costume me because I have a shitty orc costume. I don't have a proper orc.
I'll downsize it a bit.
Or I can just borrow some of your shit. Okay, we're gonna leave this now. I'm just gonna let that cool off a bit. I don't I'm gonna grab. I believe. Thanks for the sub, Psychotic. Appreciate that, my man. Jesus. God, fuck damn it, 6 foot. Don't you start as well.
Turn this on again.
Yeah. It's got some engraving and shit on it. I better, I'm gonna take your privileges away, 6 foot. See you later, Neptune. What kind of car do you drive? I drive an Opel Astra. Here's the problem. This is a big piece of steel and it doesn't really fit anywhere. So we're gonna put that in there. I think that should. I double a bit. Like it needs to be a wide ass fucking sword though. Like do I wanna go to the string? Like alternatively I go with this piece of leaf spring. The problem is it's got a hole right there. So that it's a matter of either widening that or elongating this. But I have to send it. It's what, like 9 mil, 8 mil. I have to draw that. I don't know how long that is. I need to look at all the basic stats, but that's definitely long enough. And it's a centimeter thick. And I want to pull it down to something like 5 mil. Something. I'm not sure I can get that wide enough. How wide do you want a net execution sword? So we want it to be at least like, I think like a minimum would be a 5 centimeter. For the really cool effect, we want to go for 7. And that's 3 centimeters, and that's a doubling of the width. Like, okay, so I'm gonna, if I'm making it out of that piece of steel right here, I'm gonna have to treat it like an actual functional sword and make it pretty lightweight. I'll make it thin, like the Viking sword is. The Viking sword is pretty thin. That's 5 mil at the widest. And that's what it has to be. It's so hot, right? And that can flex, and that's normal, right? A real executioner sword would be the same kind of thickness. With a wide fuller and that thick amount of stock, it should just be about right. I had the added benefit of this sword. I'm actually forging to sharp. Whereas this, the Viking sword was only forged to like a 2 mil or 2 to 3 mil thickness on the edge. So I get a little bit more width out of that if I want to. Definitely, but it's also just cooler making a sword that is functional. You see a lot of those YouTube videos of people making big ass swords and taking a full ass grown man, he can barely lift it. And it's just kind of like, what's the point? You want an executioner sword you can actually take and swing. You wanna if you're bored, you want to be able to take it out into the yard and just cut up some watermelon or something. See you later, MDim. Canvas jeans is fine. You don't have to wear an apron, but it is good protection to have an apron to protect you. You have scars on your arms? You execute neighbors? Yeah, you can do that. Buy a mannequin and a right chat. on its head and occasionally just behead the fucker. Yes, please do. And after a couple of times, like you just duct tape it back together every time. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna start working on this. How the fuck do I do this? It's all about leverage. Okay, that's the beginning. More heat, more better. For those of you who don't know what this is a harrow's tooth or harrow's tine. It is part of agricultural gear for plowing the earth, or whatever, harrowing the, I don't know what the fuck farmers do. I'm a blacksmith. But it's good steel. It's good spring steel or 1080 or whatever Acres suggested. We're making a Buster Sword now, almost, but not quite. Now you're craving pasta and watermelon. Yes, welcome to the stream. What are you making? We're making a sword, we're making a useless sword now. We switched gears. It's like, okay, I forged out one blade, let's just make another. Because that's apparently how I roll. I don't know why I'm looking for something. Wanna see the dagger I did that I never finished as well? I forged this out. This is heavy as fuck. This dagger almost weighs as much as that sword. Got the pommel here. Got the cross guard. This almost weighs the same because this is a lot thicker. This is not historical. Alright, we got some heat on this. We're gonna be careful and be sure it's proper hot. Otherwise, we might introduce cracks to it. We don't want to crack anything. I know Cody likes to crack, but I have very bad experiences with cracking. Put it over the horn here. Get some leverage on it. Straighten that out. If you want to, while we got it free, we can also just place it in my Hardy tool and do this, or Hardy hole rather. It's a nice little thing to be able to do. Oh, it's a little bit wobbly. There we go. There we go. Getting that heated up is going to take a little while. I'm going to up the gas just a little bit to get some more heat on there. Tongue tied. I've been going for 5.5 hours. That's why I'm a little bit blah blah. Blacksmithing died out 500 years ago? No, blacksmithing died out during the Industrial Revolution or after. There were still a lot of blacksmiths in the 30s and 40s. The kind of the last kind of OG blacksmiths retired during the like 70s and 80s, and after that blacksmithing kind of died out in the 80s and 90s. It was on the decline, and then with the proliferation of the internet and the information where people get exposed to blacksmithing, they can find the information to learn about it. It started growing again, so it's been taking up speed since 2000s. So blacksmithing is on the rise as a hobby, but it died as a job during the Industrial Revolution, and then really like just kind of faded out until the 70s. You make tomahawks? Yes, I do. I have one right here. It's a small handle, but it's a nice little tomahawk that I make. Nice little axe. I make these. I need to make more handles. I have a couple of heads that are finished, but I need handles for them. But yeah, that's a good little. I hit something there? Oh, that's a knot, that's why I couldn't go. Put the spike in instead. Need more heat on that, never mind. I can play with my axe a little bit more. But yeah, these are good fun. I just need to get better at making the handles for them, really. This is my own little test axe. Holding up pretty nicely. Will there be more handle streams? I need to make quite a few of them, so I'm probably just gonna do like go into production mode and make a ton of them instead of doing them on stream. All right, we should have some heat on here, put it into the hardy hole, get some good leverage on there, just pull it open. There we go, that's how we like it. Nice and wide. Alright, we're getting a nice long piece. We want to straighten out the rest of this. Which is crazy. You can watch blacksmithing, baking, cooking live zoos, and I'm watching a Japanese guy farm. Yeah, there's lot of different stuff. It's looking nice.
Just can't get it all shiny. All done.
Yeah, no. It's if there's a lot of pitting and stuff that's gonna take a while to get rid of. Like that is a pretty fine grit belt too. So it's not really for hogging off a lot of material.
But it's it has an edge now. It's not
Yeah.
really sharp.
It's a good start for.
Yes, it just needs to. I mean, I feel like I want to take an angle grinder too. It's just to keep it up.
The problem is angle grinders spin so fast they make a lot of heat, and that's gonna be really kind of risky.
So I could just leave it like this.
Glad you liked it, Alien Rouge. But yeah, the Reddit stream is going to die out. It is 4 p.m, so that's all right. If you want to continue to watch, you can go to twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop and watch continuous from there. I'll keep going for a little bit over on the Twitch channel, so head over there. I highly recommend it. When it's hard, it's probably gonna be a pain in the ass to file it down when it's hardened.
Yeah, I just need to remove.
Oh, you just want to take the burr off? Yeah. What's for dinner? Some Korean stuff. Very nice. It's been simmering in the oven for a while. Getting this nice and straight. We got that out there. Of course, we want to straighten this out first. We're going to do one at a time. One side at a time. Time for bed. Night, night. All right. Sleep well, Valkyries and Fenrir. Thanks for watching. It's been nice. Glad you're enjoying it, Jeffo. And Sakura, hello. We got people tuning in from the EXP stream. We're just starting out on making an executioner sword that I've been pestering him about wanting to make for a while, because he needs a fucking executioner's sword. Of course he fucking does. Thanks for the sub, the Borgs. I appreciate that, my man. Keeping that blacksmith forge running. So we're taking stock of the Dark Souls 3 Executioner's Sword. And the idea is to make not an exact copy of it at all, but make something that's in the same vein of sword. For the Reddit guys, thanks for watching, everyone. Head over to twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop and watch the rest of the broadcast there. Highly recommend you do that. For the guys on Twitch, we're gonna forge on. There, the Reddit stream died, so we're now down to a single stream. Making a sword out of agricultural steel. It is either spring steel or like 1080 or something along those lines, which is a good sword steel either way. It's not incredibly hard, has some flex in it, which is pretty good. We want some flex in our sword. Well, maybe not this sword, but got some length here. The problem is this is very, very hot, and we're gonna grab this. We just can't. So I'm gonna get. These are the biggest tongs I have. I don't think they're actually big enough to really hold on to this. They can do it. I'm not sure how I even get that in there. Nope. Oh, there we go. It works. Big ass forge.
No, all it needs is just to be shown completed. You can do it at home.
Yeah.
And hand.
Set the, you want to temper it now, right? Throw it in the oven at 215 degrees or something like that. 200 minimum.
250.
15.
15.
Yeah, 15.
Just warm heat.
Yeah, just like regular. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's been snowing quite a bit here. For those of you who are new to the stream, I run this blacksmith shop. My friend Jotun is here today working on a knife. I have a web shop, martilo.dk, where you can buy the stuff that I make. And I also have an Instagram profile and Facebook and YouTube, and it's all just Martilo Workshop. You can search for it, or you can find links to it down below the stream, or you can use the chat command links, which will help you out. And if you want to watch the stream with music, you can type !music in the chat, and it'll give you a link to a neat little service that allows you to listen to the music I'm listening to, currently in Zephyro, and you can control the volume of it. So that's the easy way of doing that. While we wait for that to heat up, we can do some tong slim. Those tongs are way too heavy to do that with. It's a little bit scary when there's like a kilo worth of tong.
If you get hurt, I'm gonna laugh.
Oh, but I will get hurt. That's what makes it fun. The thing is, the handle on this they're so far apart that they're tricky to catch, as opposed to something like these where they're kind of closer. And it's not a problem on these. They're also much lighter. But the funny thing is, there's a little bit of physics going on when you throw tongs like this, because when you throw them, they will open up. But they will always align like this and then clap back together in your hand, which is kind of funny. I throw them sideways. Oh, that was a little bit. Yeah. And I just open my hand and they still land the way they're supposed to, which is so they keep flipping on you, which is kind of hilarious. now we got heat on this. Wait.
Not a lot of heat there.
Nope. But it is where I need to get it done. I'm gonna start in one end. The biggest problem is actually these tongs. Alright, that's decent enough. It's still too hot to hold this, but next time we pull it out, it might just be with gloves.
Other way, I think.
Yeah, I just need to pivot it in there. There we go. Do this, get the glove on, so we're ready for next heat. My dog is here. Hi, Bina. She's hungry. Hi, Bina, come up. Yeah. Come up. Come in. Hi. What up, Snow Dog? Oh, she's trying to be sweet to get food.
Stupid dog. There's no food for you.
What up, friend? Make sure to Oh, too hot. Oh, too hot to hold with the gloves. I figured it might have cooled off, but it hadn't. That's what can happen if you're not careful. God damn it. Ah, it doesn't fit in there. That's what she said. Ah. Don't you LUL me. Oh, no, dog, that's hot. Oh, no, don't snip the, you silly dog. But she's okay to sniff it. She knows, like, heat is dangerous. But did you guys see that? I hope that was on stream. Silly dog. You silly dog. Like, this dog will chase sparks from an angle grinder. I mean, you're a silly goose. Silly goose.
Jeg går ind til maden igen.
Ja.
Skal jeg tage den med?
Det må du gerne. Du må stemme selv. De kommer til at spyle om at få aftensmad. Hvis du tager med ind, og du vil give med aftensmad, Tormod skal have en hvide skål, som den der til, at han ikke kan æde så hurtigt af. Og Vina skal have en anden. De sparer i 2 håndfulder, og så bare lige sådan. Ja. Det er ikke særlig meget. En hver, eller 2 hver. Det er 2 hver.
Hvor er det med, tror jeg?
Det står inde på kisten, ved spillet.
Kan jeg tage den med?
Ja.
Bare så fryser den.
I need like this, but it's stuck. God damn it. Wait. Time to murder this ice. Danish winter. Need to cool off my fucking sword, okay? That works. Well, guys, want to see something fun? Just wanted to cool it off so I can grab it with my gloves here. That makes my life a hell of a lot easier. Also, you can do small explosions with hot heat on with hot steel on water. Do you hear that? That's actually an explosion when the hot steel gets hammered into the water and it expands into water vapor. That creates a tiny explosion. That's how you traditionally got rid of forge scale on the steam or on the steel. You blew it off with that steam explosion. That's nice and straight. Now we have a kink in the center we want to get rid of. Very good. So you'll oftentimes see, if you're watching a traditional blacksmith, you'll see them come out and they'll put water on their anvil like this. That's to blow off that kind of, blow off this forge scale. Well, hey Harold, we are working on a executioner sword, if someone hasn't answered that. Executioner sword for EXP. What do you mean apartments aren't dog friendly? I live in an apartment and I have 2 dogs. I also have a big ass yard, but that's a different detail. Peaceful, you can post that link on the Discord. There's a specific channel for posting clips from the streams. I'd like people to use that more when they clip stuff. That's on the Discord server. For those who don't know, I have a Discord server. You can find the link to that down below or during throwing the command out links. That'll give you links to all of my things. Just need a little bit of heat on this. Yeah, no, I know where you live, Bispo. I was commenting on Tonal Biscuit being like apartment no good for dogs. God damn it. I was. Okay, we're just gonna straighten this out. Just like that, those water, those vapor explosions. I hope they show up on camera nicely. They're better when the steel is proper hot. It's kind of cold right now. All right, I'm gonna cut the end of that off. I'm gonna use the hot cut for that. This isn't very sharp. I'm actually just gonna run to the grinder real quick to sharpen it up. It'll be like 2 seconds. Just a very quick touch up. It's still a mil wide, but it is much more efficient now. We're gonna get a heavier hammer. We're gonna go from 1 kilo to 1500 gram. That'll make it easier for us to cut through that. We need a little bit more heat on this too. We're just gonna let it sit there for a little bit and see if Chet has anything interesting to say. Dogs do love a good garden, indeed. They also like to go to the dog park. I go every weekend, or at least I try. Also, don't get small dogs in apartments. That's a bad idea. You want big dogs in an apartment. Why? Because big dogs tire themselves out much faster. Hello, Acres. Yes, very, very. Welcome back. Very interesting indeed. Gonna grab this, put it up here. This is why we have that camera here. A little bit jumpy, we don't mind that. Yep, this is why you want a flat hot cut. It also doesn't help that it isn't very sharp. I only got halfway through. Fuck, this steel is hard too. That sharpening didn't do much at all for it. It barely got it anywhere. Much better now. See how it jumps a little bit less now? That's because the hot cut is just a little bit more sharp. So more of the energy from the hammer stroke goes into cutting the steel than jumping. That's how we get rid of that. Good thing I got that sorted out. Alright. So we got a good bar here to work with. This hammer is a little bit heavy after a long day of forging. We've been going for 6 hours now. 6 hours of straight forging. So essentially what I gotta do, I'm gonna take a rasp. Gonna clean up the tip of it. When steel is hot, you can rasp it like it's wood. Clean it up. So I'm gonna do that. It's just a good habit to get into when you cut steel. Just clean up whatever edge you just made, because it will be full of burrs and stuff, and that can give you issues in your forging. This just cleans that up so you don't run into issues with it later. I'm not gonna continue forging for very long, but what we need to do, essentially, we need to get some width on this. We have plenty of length. Length is not an issue. I'm not sure how long you want that executioner sword to be, but we got plenty length here, trust me. Like this is a Viking sword. This is 90 centimeters in total when it's done, or just thereabouts, right? So this is, I'm just showing off my sword again on stream. So for those who haven't seen the sword, this is what that looks like. But essentially what I want to do is I want to get some width on it. So what we want to do is we're going to take the cross beam off of this and widen out the steel. Or at least that's the idea. So we're just going to take the edge of this. Oh, I'm going to miss it there. Be careful. And widen that out. And that's going to take a while. But that's what we got to do. Get more width to it. That's how you start out if you want a wider sword instead of a longer sword. And I'm leaving the I'm gonna leave the center pretty thick so we have plenty of material to fuller. For those who don't know, a fuller is the center concave line that runs through the center of a sword. The purpose of the fuller is to allow for the sword to be thinner while still maintaining a decent amount of rigidity, right? So a sword should have some flex in it. This isn't heat treated, but this has some flex in it, right? And that's good. You want something like this. But you also want some rigidity, and that's what the fuller does without it being too heavy. And we gotta forge one of those into this sword as well. The only difference being that this fuller needs to be a lot wider to suit the sword. So I'll probably have to make new fullering dies for the press in order to forge that fuller in. Jeg husker dengang du så arbejder med læder. Hvorfor er du gået over til metal? Mest fordi det er sjovere. Jeg har stadigvæk mit læderværksted og laver stadigvæk nogle ting i læder en gang imellem, men kører primært smidning nu, fordi det er bare meget mere sjovt. Og det er godt gammeldansk. we'll definitely get the width that we want on it. Like with that 10 mil starter thickness and 3 mil width, we should easily get it to 6, at least 5 centimeters, and that should be fine. I think 5 would be good. We'll aim for 5. If we go over 5, that's just a bonus. That's a big hammer. This is not even my biggest hammer. I could actually switch to the 2 kilo. So this is my 2 kilo hammer. It's also cross beam, so that will work. The other one is a 1500 gram. I usually swing a 1 kilo. So 1000 gram. This is twice the weight of that. I'm a little bit tired, but I think it's alright. I could actually do some left hand forging. Yeah, let's do left hand with the big heavy hammer. Hopefully I won't do any miss hits because I'm gonna dent my anvil if I do. I'm not even wearing gloves on my right hand right now. So, first missed hit, second missed hit. Do not have control, this handle is too long. I guess the thing about this hand is I should have done this a while ago. Should have taken care of this. This handle is much too long. I'll never hold this handle further out than this. Let me just mark that. There we go. So the thing is, if you have too long of a handle, it might actually go against your anvil. You don't want that. So we just took care of that. Come on. There we go. It gives us a nicer length, so I don't have to worry too much about getting the stump of that into the anvil. Gloves. Might be too heavy for me for left arm, but now I can hold it a lot better. There we go. That's nicer. Still hard as fuck because it's a heavy hammer for my left arm. Mostly focusing on maintaining my wrist. Normally that hammer is a hammer you use for maybe 3 to 5 heats total with my right arm. So I'm not going to be able to use it much for my left at all, like once or twice. Just gonna clean that up a little bit. I don't know what kind of handle this is. It's probably hickory. Not nearly as nice to carve in as ash. Fuck, I keep fucking this up. We also have a varnished handle. We don't like varnish on our forging hammers. So ideally you want to get rid of that, like so. Most handles that we buy in stores or hammers are hickory. We don't get ash handles here unless we go to like specialized stores. Hickory is the standard now, even though it's originally an American wood. It's a nicer handle for us now. Just gives us a nicer grip onto it. It's important. that's the limit for my left arm on that hammer. Let's take 500 grams off of that. Go to the 1500 gram hammer down from the 2 kilo. Straighten this back out. Flip it around. Continue for the rest of the heat with this. That's it for that as well. So I got to wear down my left arm there, and that's all I can really do when you want to work up your offhand strength. When I started out forging, my right arm was about as weak as my left is now, so I could go. I actually in the beginning I couldn't even really forge with this at all, right-handed. And the 1500 gram I could only go for a couple of heats like I've done now. But of course you build up that strength and you just gotta slowly go put in what you need. Let me see here. And now you feel human again, being able to forge proper. I would prefer to forge with a 1 kilo hammer right now. The problem is the cross peen I have on my 1 kilo hammer is too thick for this. So it'll leave deep gouges into the steel that I don't want. Where this one is thicker, it's a 1 centimeter peen. Normally you would consider 1 centimeter peen a very short peen, but it's actually kind of wide in blacksmithing. And we like that. It's a lot of work. This is gonna take a little bit of hammering. Wanna see what time it is? It is 5 p.m. I think it is time to call it a day. Because we have been streaming and forging for over 6 hours now. We're just gonna bleed the hose from gas, so it's not under pressure. There we go. Then we're gonna clean up a little bit. Get the hammers where they belong. Clean up my tongs. You don't want to leave too much of a mess in between forging sessions because it's just going to get worse and worse until all of a sudden you can't find anything. Oh, and I've got this here. And I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna stop the music now. There we go. I'm gonna make sure that I get my shirt on quickly before I start losing heat. There we go, got the headphones off.
Bring your character sheet. I have the book up here.
Oh, bring your character sheet? Alright, alright.
Where's Bispo?
Gonna get dressed.
Add tonal biscuits ain't you.
I'm gonna wipe this off so it's not full of oil.
Happy face.
Same with the glasses. Okay, why did music start again? That needs to stop.
Underscore Ambrose.
Right, so we got the sword. Like trying to we spent a lot of time trying to straighten that out, and it is as straight as I'm gonna be able to really forge it. The fuller could have been forged in more, but I think we've got a decent sword. It needs to be, well, it needs to have a bunch of stuff done to it. I'm not quite sure where to start, but I think I'll put it aside for now, because I want more. I would like it for it to not be freezing cold when I'm working on this, because it's gonna be slow processes where you don't get a lot of heat. Ouch. But it should be good. Clean up some of the forge scale. We've got some pitting from the forging, but it shouldn't be too bad. I think it'll give us a good look. Since this doesn't need to be sharp, my plan is to actually leave it forge finish. So I'm gonna file, obviously, round everything up and grind it so it's within regulation, and then just give it some oil and be like done. Remove the scale, obviously, and all that. And then we started on that executioner sword. That'll take a while. But alright, so until next time, which is Wednesday. I don't know if we're making a wand or not on Wednesday. But until next time, take care, have fun, and
Underscore Ambrose host.
do good stuff. Thanks for the host, Cody. That's very nice.